while I play because I got two screens. So I'm gonna use them.
Oh yeah, yeah. We should be up on Twitch and YouTube. How do you do, fellow Ashen ones? You bringing it up? You gonna watch it? You gonna watch us play Dark Souls while we play Dark Souls? Dark Souls, the third one. Say something so I know you're here with me. I think Lucio's fiddling with his mic. He got out the nice mic because he's worth it. Doggone it. But hello everybody. Pending him being audible, we are back in business. How have you all been? Good, I hope.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yeah, I something happened with the snowball and now it's not registering. I
Aw.
don't know if that's like a weird thing here. Let me see what I can do.
Okay.
Stand by, please.
Trying to think what I can do to entertain the people while we're waiting. I
Can
think I
you
already...
hear me now?
Yes, and you sound
Does it
snowier.
sound buttery? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, something, I don't know. You know what? I'm wondering if let me try opening the stream again. Maybe it just won't let me do that.
Oh, like the browser wants to take over the microphone?
I can't imagine why, but perhaps.
If you've been doing a lot of Google Hangouts, your settings might be gooftacular. Whoa.
All right, can you hear me?
Some weird controller lag. Yeah, you sound great.
Okay, cool. So, totally see you. This is the advantage to this too is I can also see the chat.
Oh, that is nice. I'm glad someone's paying attention to the people who love us. I'm a very neglectful me. Hold on, I gotta physically adjust one quick thing. The amount of fiddling we do, I think people probably picture that we're like suspending our computers from ropes in an old barn, and that's, I assure you, that's at most 30% true.
We are definitely running on old rigs.
We
so
are.
I don't know how much of that is an issue
Well,
or not.
and we don't have like gamer corners with cool rainbow lights, and
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I mean, like your setup's kind of like close to the front door of your house, and I'm just like in a big old living room. So it's this is not orthodox because we're
actual people.
Yeah, right. People hate that.
I love. I shouldn't say I love. I enjoy streamers, and it's very strange just seeing the sort of disparate worlds of video game culture at this point, especially between like older and younger people. Like one of the guys I like to watch who plays Destiny did a carry, which is basically a carry. I mean, I don't know if you would understand it in the context of other games, but it's just when someone who's very good helps, excuse me, a more casual player maybe get competitive rewards.
Also known as twinking someone through, or
I have not heard that one actually.
Yeah.
That
That one's got associations, but yes, I follow.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I know that there's sort of people are sort of torn one way or another on whether or not it's like kind of ethical, depending, you know.
Ethical is an interesting word.
Well, I know that it's been turned into an actual like market at this point for some people, and so that results in like cheaters because now it's like a matter of like if you're carrying someone, it's about getting paid, and if you want to do it in the most efficient way possible, you're actually losing money when you can't carry people. So,
are we going to the Old King's antechamber? By the way,
I'm trying to remember. Didn't we clear most of this, or did we rush?
We didn't rush. I think we cleared most of it. We did the Smoldering Lake. We beat the old Demon King in my world. We have not beaten High Lord Volnir.
I want to say that if we beat the old Demon King, I can't help you anyway down there.
Is that true? Is
I'm not sure.
I
I just
feel
can't
like
remember.
I feel like Volnir is probably the area boss.
He might be. Well, like I said, I'm just not sure. Like, did we? Because we ran through. We turned off um ballista
Ballista, yes.
ballista. I think so. That if that's off, then I think it's just a matter of like if the only reason to go through the area would be if there were items you wanted. But I think we snagged most of them on our way through.
No, we did pretty good. We did pretty good.
I think we're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
It might be High Lord Volnir time.
Let's do it.
So it's up to you. I can meet you in front of his door, or if you just want some extra hands, I can go. Oh, you went back and told Anri what happened to Horace, right?
Yes. I'm pretty sure I did. But let
We
me see if she's still there just in case.
All right, and I think we fought. Well, I mean, we'll know because when we talk to her, we'll either have the option to tell her what happened to Horace or not. So
I'm pretty sure I did.
Purpose.
I'm pretty sure I did, but we went longer than usual between streams, so I'm only 95% sure that we did.
Oh, so wait. So back to my.
Oh yeah.
That got drawn out.
So this did not occur to me at all, but of course. There's the same way that gold farming is a thing. There is a market where people will carry you through the game for pay. So this has created sort of a crisis of ethics.
Yes, definitely. I mean, the especially since Destiny 2 went free to play, the number of hackers has just increased exponentially because you essentially don't need to worry about your account getting banned. You could always just make a new one.
Oh, that is another thing that I had not considered. Yeah, no, that's a good point.
It's not like a $60 investment that you don't want to mess with. It's just you could just download and start
This is
over.
a problem almost as old as the internet, right? This is why it is often remarked upon that the something awful forums were a little bit less awful than the rest of the internet because you had to pay in, right? So like if you did get banned, you were losing something,
Yeah, exactly. I remember that. Yeah, I want to say even back in the day, I kind of remember like I had a friend who joined the Something Awful forums. I want to say it was so analog that he sent in the money like to an address or like a PO box.
This sounds right. Yeah, that's one of those transitional internet things that people a little bit younger than us always think. I don't know if you encounter this, but people think I'm making it up. Like when I tell people that Lauren got to college and in her dorm waiting for her was a paper letter inviting her to join Facebook. People think I'm fucking with them because that was the year that it expanded beyond Ivy Leagues. Oh, by looking for your sign by the bonfire?
By the bonfire, yeah.
Hold on.
99% sure my password is on.
Just.
I could also just go down and meet you down there.
Yeah, meet me by the boss. Because I'm headed toward Anri. Ooh, that's a skelly ball. Let's not get hit by that. The second skelly ball doesn't contain anything I need, right?
I don't believe so.
Ooh,
no.
invaded by Dark Spirit Line.
Line?
That's
oh,
his name.
Shoot. I just went to the other bonfire.
That's all right.
Well, this will be an adventure for you that I can watch.
I love adventures. Line.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so long story long. It was just funny to see like so he did a carry.
I see the boy.
For a guy, and the guy was they were super casual, and then the guy like I think you're supposed to win 7 games in a row for this particular challenge. And on game 6, the guy was like, I have to go get dinner or something like that. And he left. And in the comments section, people were really ragging on him because he got to play with this really, really great streamer. And people were like, oh, my God, what a tool bag. Like he's about to win this, thing playing with one of the best players. And then he just has to go eat. And then a lot of other people were like, well, if you were watching the whole stream, then you know that at some point he got interrupted and he asked his wife to go get more milk for the baby. So it's like he probably has a family and things to do.
Yeah.
And so it was just kind of funny to see that at play. Like,
that human stuff, that human scale stuff that is usually totally absent from the like weird antiseptic high energy world of streaming.
Exactly.
Ooh, yeah. Hey, friend. Can we do this? Maybe. The answer is maybe. Ooh, oh, the skeleton got me. That's not.
So I definitely have a delay on the stream because you're still running around.
Yeah, no, if you're watching the stream, you're going to see reality a few seconds later. I have it turned down to low delay mode or low latency mode, but it's still not instant.
I mean, it's a non-issue really, because the main reason I would be using it, like I said, it's just now where
Yeah.
if I'm not with you and I just want to see what's going on. But it's kind of funny because your comments will then be in the future.
Let me tell you something. I know the immediate future, and it doesn't look good for me.
All right, I'll put my sign down in front of Lord Wolnir.
Okay, I'll run over there.
Would your password be off for some reason? It's funny that you didn't see it when you got there because it had been down for a second.
Yeah, interesting. My password is definitely on. Maybe I started at the wrong bonfire, like the least efficient one. I mean, if you're seeing where I was and it doesn't look wacky, then I guess probably not.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, well, we're off to an inauspicious start, but that's okay. The auspices will only increase. That was actually a pretty fun fight.
Yeah, he was. Well, he was using some meta tools, but you know, using the meta doesn't necessarily mean you're a tryhard. It just means that you like working with the best tools.
Yeah, one like I kind of have that thing going where I'm very off meta. Like I just use. I mean, especially this run, I'm just using whatever we're using whatever we find fun. So that, you know, it's an obvious disadvantage in like a mathematical sense, but it's sort of an advantage because someone who's very on meta and only used to playing with other people who are likewise may not know how to counter the weird crap you and I are using / doing. That
Yeah,
can
what's
actually
that
be
old
fun.
that old I don't know what to call it, syllogism. I can't remember the right name, but I'm paraphrasing, but it says like the master swordsman does not need to fear the other master swordsman. He has to fear the novice who's been only training like one day or something.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Well, and this the man, I was going to bring up an esports example from the world of Smash Brothers, but boy does that have some associations lately.
Yeah.
Woof. Well, yeah, let's go with your old aphorism and leave it at that.
Aphorism, thank you. See, that's why I fucks with you. You smart.
Thanks, man. I live for these compliments. Please praise me more. Okay, I enkindled. I see.
You weren't
sign.
enkindled? Oh, that's why you didn't see it.
No, I was, but then I died because the invader.
Oh, that's right. Oh, that is strange.
I died when the invader killed me. I mean,
you have anything on your person that would be blessed yet? But
yeah, that'll.
This boss is weak to. Oh, did you decide to get a? Oh well, it's too late now. But if you did decide to transpose the boss that we just beat, what are they called? The
old Demon King?
Legion. No, the Legion. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I always
the Farron Legion.
Yes, Farron Legion. He's weak to abyssal weapons as well. So their sword or Artorias' great sword.
Well, it's a little late for that bullshit now.
I mean, that's the interesting thing about these games that I kind of have been appreciating. When I first started, it always seemed silly to me, those little extra points here and there for like weapons and defense and resistance and all that. But the more I played, the more I realized like those little numbers add up over time, and just like why it's such a big part of the strats.
The strats. But to your point, to the point that I thought you were going to make a different point, which is that like those things are not usually hard checks. It's not doing the MMO thing where if you're not using X, Y, or Z gear or you're not doing X, Y, or Z thing, you just die. It's just it'll take more hits and you'll have to dodge roll a bunch more. Like, oh yeah. I appreciate that a lot about these games.
Like, the one exception I think would be like certain bosses have really like obvious defenses, but to your point, like you can still do it. It just will be very hard.
Yeah. And there are straight up gimmick bosses here and there, but it's not so like the Monster Hunter community is highly divided over a monster that just popped into the world recently. Because there is like a hard DPS check. Like if you're not doing X amount of elemental damage in just such and such a way, it'll just kill you. Like there's just a move where it just blows everyone up. And it just couldn't be less interesting. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it takes a good 5 minutes.
To be clear, that game couldn't be less interesting to me, period, but I take your meaning.
Reasonable. I don't know why Monster Hunter World did eventually click with me, because I've tried other Monster Hunters and I've bounced off really hard. But I did get into, I'm a filthy degenerate because I got into World. What is the lore reason why we're going for these braces? Are they what?
I think they're the last vestige. Because so this guy can, he succumbed to the abyss.
Mm-hmm.
I think the bracelets are like
hence
his,
the breath.
oh lord, the breath. Oh.
Well, see how this goes.
Too close.
Now that I've been abandoned.
I get to watch
you kind of don't want to lock on, right? Because you're going to lock on to the hands, not the bracelets.
No, you'll still be hitting the bracelets, but
less so.
That's a good question. I've fought this boss a lot, and as far as I can tell, the main hitbox is the bracelets. So.
Oh, okay. So.
But yeah. So lore-wise, he succumbed to the abyss, and I think that's his weakness because that's like the last thing keeping him from just being dragged down, which you'll see happen when you beat him.
Right. Yeah. Not an empty threat. Whoop, 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 whoop. Ooh, bone wheel. Forgot there were bone wheels. Why are there always bone wheels?
And bone wheels have a very traumatic place in my heart.
Well, anybody who played Dark Souls 1 has feelings about bone wheels. So I will ignore these basic skelly boys at my peril, if I recall. I need to get them a little bit.
Yeah, mostly you just need to get those bracelets.
Why couldn't I hit that bone wheel? That was interesting. Oh, they're going to come back forever. Okay. I'm not going to bother them.
Yeah, their job is to distract you.
Well, they're doing a really good job. Where is the hint?
The hint.
Hello, Volnir. I welcome you to Volnir Town.
I think they fixed the glitch.
Which glitch?
It was just a small texture glitch, but I kind of remember it being in this area. But it's not It was obvious enough that it popped out, and now I'm not seeing it. So.
Okay. Well, if you're watching the stream, I predict that this is going to go well.
Yeah, looks great.
Weren't a clean fight, but I'll take it. So now he goes in the goblet.
I think he. Yes,
he does. Yeah, I think that's kind of what happens.
Yeah, this boss, probably of all the bosses in this game, always seemed to like the most ambiguous. Like it's clear that you're fighting someone near the abyss, but why it's in a goblet is kind of uncertain. It's not like there's a lack of precedent for there being whole worlds in like objects. Like there's two painted worlds and.
Mm-hmm. Well, and they lean hard into that in this one too. Yeah.
Yeah, but it does seem funny that there's just this goblet, and then you're like kind of transported to this other place. By the way, did you get the item before we fought him?
Yes, I forget what it was, but I did grab it.
I think it's a scroll.
Oh, that sounds right. Yeah.
I cannot remember if it's magic or pyromancy, but
let me spend these soulses real quick.
Do it.
The stream is going extremely well. Yeah, we should talk about the themes this one leans hard into, because it's like worlds within worlds, crossing of boundaries. There's like a lot of like boundary guardian type bosses in this one.
Yeah.
What else? Cycles, definitely it leans hard into the idea of like the cycles, even if they're super long, all eventually repeat. Because like Dark Souls 2 is very much about like it's been so long nobody remembers Lordran or Gwyn. This one's like, well, everything old is new again, and it's like it's a bit convenient from like a fan service point of view, because we get to see all the bros we like again. But it also is kind of interesting, right? Like it's like no, like you really can't escape the cycle. Like the part you're already familiar with will in fact come back.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, like, it's funny now that I'm playing Dark Souls 2 a little more. There are these small, like you've been telling me all this time, like these little hints of like Drang Lake peppered throughout the game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, like it's interesting because like the first time we played this, I went ahead and um, it's also sort of about like I'm trying to think. I would almost say like the idea of like I mean, if we want to lean a little bit into the idea of the nameless king as I'm trying to find the right word, but basically looking underneath history, right? Like this idea of there always being more to the story, and whether or not you discover it or learn about it is sort of. Mm, I'm going somewhere with this. I might come back to it, but so what I'm going off of is the fact that we're in Irithyll. It's this dark area. There's a big moon, and if you look to the left and look up, you start to see the outline of like Anor Londo. And when we got here, I don't remember. Did you already know that we were like kind of going towards Anor Londo? Because I don't think there's any mention of the Irithyll Valley in the first game.
There is not. There is not. So yeah, so no, I don't think. I think on a first playthrough, you would have no real way of knowing that's what's about to happen.
And the other thing that's sort of maybe arguably like hidden is that the aesthetics of the Irithyll Valley, like the blues and the moonlight, wouldn't necessarily be familiar unless you in fact did find and kill Gwendolyn.
That's true. Yeah, this looks.
Anor Londo just always looks.
Yeah. This looks like Anor Londo, but only if the illusion has lifted, which on a normal Dark Souls 1 playthrough, it never does.
Yeah, because you either wouldn't have attacked Guinevere's illusion, or you wouldn't have found Gwendolyn.
Yeah, and when finding Gwendolyn is intentionally like actually getting into the room is pretty obscure. It is. There are real consequences to it, like as real as they're gonna get. Like that is the only sin you can commit that can never be forgiven. You can never, for the rest of your playthrough, you have sinned. Because Dark Sun Gwendolyn is a really interesting character. Like, basically orchestrates the whole shebang. Like pulls a lot of interesting strings, and I'm by the way, I'm in the valley.
Yeah, that's a solo area, so you're gonna have to come out.
Oh,
on the
okay.
To see my sign, but it is down.
Okay. Oh, right. This is like the briefest solo area. I remember this now. But yeah, to Lucio's point, we got moonlight. We have a color palette that is pretty rare in Souls and usually indicates unusual elements. Moonlight is kind of a weird thing. And yeah, we can maybe pick out that what's in the distance there looks kind of Anor Londo-y.
So looking at your camera, you want to go up and to the left a little bit, and that's Anor Londo.
Like, oh yeah. I've never noticed just how, like, it isn't 100% clear, but it's definitely recognizable.
Right. Especially like those. God, my architecture is really bad. The ramparts that are like curved.
Yeah. Well, it's based on a couple of real cathedrals in Germany. The like the like high Gothic, real extra ones.
Mm.
Hey, look, it's your sign.
It's funny when you said that I looked over and you weren't even near it. So.
Oh, the internet. Time is convoluted on this stream.
But yeah, so getting back to your analysis of themes, I think, what you said is pretty much it in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of the other little things you could add would just be embellishments.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, I forgot he's a strong boy.
He's a big fella. He's also a real Bloodborne looking fella. It must be said.
Oh yeah.
We talked about this a little bit last time. Like, how much is that wanting to hint at a continuity? How much is that they just got like fur and viscera they got real good at it. so let's go ahead and do more of it. How much of it is like repurposed designs? The world may never know, but there definitely are a lot more Bloodborne looking, not just enemies, but like areas, moments.
I mean, this area for that matter, like Irithyll, is very
Irithyll is a little bit
bloodborne-y.
like, yeah. It looks like the way Yharnam could have looked earlier in its existence.
Yeah,
And we are
there's an
in kind of a
area.
bubble reality. Like that's
There's an
going to
area
be
heading
important.
up towards your favorite boss, who I regret to say I forgot her name.
My favorite boss in this or
In
in
Bloodborne, the area where you're
Vicar
heading up the
Vicar
stairs.
Amelia, you're saying?
Yeah,
Or yeah.
this area reminds me of the stairs leading up to her, just in terms of like all the stone and
Yeah, totally.
the kind of the branching stairway paths.
No, that's a good call. No, but like Irithyll could be, because Yharnam is like obviously, doing a Victorian thing. This could totally be like the way Yharnam looked earlier on, when it was still
Yeah.
kind of medieval.
Sorry, I've never followed this guy.
Yeah, that's fine.
The Outrider Knights, which
He-
I can't remember what their deal was. I think they had something to do with Gwyn, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, they're defenders of Irithyll, right? I mean, like they're like outriders in the old sense of protecting the perimeter.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, didn't realize it was going
Oh,
down.
you're fine. This guy can hit pretty hard.
Yeah, I remember this being a bit of a spike.
It is. Mainly these guys. Like, they're just... Oh,
Well, yeah, their weapon. It's not just that they hit hard. Their weapon has this kind of wacky arc to it.
yeah.
Ooh boy, that got me hit. So I was watching this Vati Vidya thing, one of his newer ones. I guess he saw some streamer finish Dark Souls 3, one of his favorite streamers, and she had never beaten it before, so she had all these questions, and so he endeavored to just answer them. And it occurred,
Like, it was like a video just for her.
I mean, he reveals at the end that was his intent for making it, but it's really just, it's more like, I think he made a video forever ago that's like, here's stuff you might wonder if you just beat Dark Souls 1. So it's kind of a similar thing for 3. And it occurs to me how many, like, just how much vocab there is to cover. You know what I mean? Because it's not just like, what is humanity? What are souls? It's like, what is the abyss? What is the deep? Like, all these things are related, but they're distinct from each other.
Right.
Yeah, this one goes pretty crazy with it, but his point, I guess, was really that it kind of brings things back around to what the Age of Dark is really going to look like, or like what humanity looks like post Age of Fire, or what humanity looked like pre Age of Fire. Something he brings up, because you don't care about spoilers, I'll mention. In Dark Souls 2, I'll back up. In Dark Souls 1, you hear a bunch of different, like, possible explanations for the curse of the undead, for the dark sign.
Yeah.
In Dark Souls 2, you get kind of a unique one at one point. You meet somebody, the titular scholar of the first sin, actually. So he might know. Who thinks that he makes some weird comment about how, like, Gwyn gave humans a transient shape, which would imply that humans were immortal before, right? So that, like, hollowing is a monstrous version of their actual natural state. Oh yeah, thanks. Like hollowing is closer to what humans are really like, and what we're thinking of as enkindled or human form is the aberration. So that kind of comes around to this game, especially if you pursue the Londor path, which I think neither of us are doing, but we can still describe it.
Yeah.
That's definitely a big theme in this one. Like, there's more than two endings, more than and one of them is about pursuing. I mean, can you explain what the hell Londor is?
Can I?
I bet you can.
It's so. Oh gosh.
They're
Londor
humans who, like, they have a culture where they embrace hollowing as, like, the true form of humanity, right?
Yeah, they're basically like anti-linking the fire, because they feel like that's Gwyn's time and his time is done. And Knight Jake.
Oh, that's right. You said they always bleep NIG.
Yeah. Oh, there he is.
What up, Knight Jake?
What's up, dude? What are we doing? Oh, was that you or me?
I don't know. I think that was you.
Okay. All right, let's do it. Ooh. Oh. He's good sword he use. Oh.
He's bad when he use good sword. Oh boy. Oh boy, he's mean guy. Nice, good hit. Fair draw.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah,
Both
yeah.
got some distance there.
Don't give up, skeleton.
Oh, nice.
As the kids say. That was a nice feint, yeah.
Okay, let's see. Good roll. Ah, yeah, he outranges me. What is he? I think that's the Claymore. Yeah, that's definitely the meta weapon.
For anyone just tuning in, it looks like I'm in a cowardly fashion not helping my bro. But what I'm actually doing is allowing my bro to have an honorable
nice.
duel. Woof. All right.
That was good.
I assume he wants to fight me now, but...
I would guess.
Yep. I will bow.
I might have been able to get him if I had done a different attack there. I didn't think he'd come in so quick.
All right. Let's see if I can succeed.
Where I have.
Where you have done borked it.
I will meet you there.
You're being wildly optimistic, but yeah, let's see how this goes. Ooh, I missed. Okay. Now is the part where I miss and don't stun lock him. Oh, schmirkies. Okay, here we go. What's a schmirky? Don't know. I just came out. We're both going for big hits and we're both missing repeatedly. It's kind of good. Oh, he got me that time. Yeah, the hitboxes in this one really do take some doing.
Especially with netcode.
Yeah. Ooh, schmeckles.
5 schmeckles?
Is that little? Is that a lot? All right, he got me. He's good. He knows his weapon mega well.
I mean, and that is definitely the meta weapon, as it were.
What is that weapon? Which one is that?
The Claymore.
Oh, it's just the Claymore.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that Souls tradition of one of the kind of basic weapons being actually one of the best.
Exactly.
Which I like a lot. I think we talked about this last time, that you don't necessarily need the I'm back at the bonfire, by the way, on account of I died.
I am at the bonfire. My sign is down.
Groovy. Yeah, you don't necessarily need, like, there are cool weapons made out of the soul of, High Lord whoever, but usually they're, the long sword or the mace in Dark Souls 2, or the Claymore in this, or the Claymore in Dark Souls 1, actually, is perfectly viable, especially with some upgrading.
Mm-hmm.
Not just viable, but, like, could be the bestestest.
Yeah, it's funny. I think the Claymore, people were disappointed with it because it wasn't as good as it was in 1.
When some of it comes down to, like, the stats are not quite as up there, but the moveset is just impeccable.
Yeah, it's got a lot of variety. I think the Claymore is, like, right up there with the Lothric Knight Sword.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so the Londor thread is, there's 3 sisters. I always forget who the third one is. There's Uria,
Mm-hmm.
and then there's Freed, and then do we see the third one? That's what I'm not remembering.
I think we don't.
But they all have different interests in non kindle the first flame stuff.
Right.
So like Uria wants to
Ooh, hey, that was not
that's the one.
That's not what you want. And yeah, for those who are tuning in who are not big series fans, or who have played them all but have just a different interpretation, which I like that this series invites. Hold on, I'm gonna clear my throat. Oh, the morning. At the end of Dark Souls 1, we should say, you either choose to link the first flame or not. The first flame being the thing that keeps the Age of Fire going, the age where, like, the world as we know it came into being. You either burn yourself up to keep the flame going, or you walk away, and presumably the Age of Dark begins, like an age that is not about the gods, quote unquote, but about humanity. So then, like, Dark Souls 2 kind of takes it as a given that even if you don't enkindle the first flame, someone else does eventually. So Countless Kingdoms Rise and Fall. And then
this game also leads into that idea.
Yeah, well, Vati kind of made the interesting point that this one takes it for granted that someone else eventually walks away, right? Like by the same token. So in this one we have okay, combo boys. In this one we have a lot of whoops, I'll go back and get you.
It got me fire before I could roll.
I'll pick you up at school. In this one, you meet a bunch of different characters who have different conflicting ideas about what you might do instead of linking the first flame. You can just link the first flame again. But by this,
actually kind of poetic because it's a much milder version of
right
of the first game.
Diminishing returns. That's the whole deal with there being Ashen Ones, is we are people who tried to link the first flame and like...
Oh, sorry, I put it a little ahead.
Oh, okay. We are people who tried to link the first flame and it didn't really take, you know? So you kind of create... Again, this is a Vati insight because I watched that video not too long ago, but like Ashen Ones are kind of a new species, a new race in the fantasy sense, like this like weird liminal thing where we're not quite human but not quite flamey gods. So then what, right? So like Londor thinks that there's a way forward that doesn't involve the first flame at all, but you can also do simpler, arguably less interesting things like just take the power for yourself, kill the Firekeeper or whatever. But the game sort of implies that if you're not doing one of these more involved intensive solutions, you know, the cycle will just repeat in one way or another, and like one person taking power ultimately doesn't matter that much.
Right.
Which is kind of an interesting theme for this big old world we're in right now.
Oh god. Yes. Sorry, I got distracted by a crazy fire person. Oh god. Oh, this is going much worse than last time. All right, I'm gonna run for the Fire Witch.
Yeah, do it. Oh, you're alive. Oh, I'm on fire. Gonna chug this Estus.
So yeah, this game kind of tends to go more with like what other than Linking the Fire could we like explore?
What if not that?
Yeah, exactly. Whereas the I don't know what 2 does, but I know with the first game it was kind of just like you said, you either walk away or you
yeah. Well, 2 is you. I mean, again, you don't care about spoilers, and we're doing a retrospective here.
Correct.
2 is unique in the series in that it has one. It only has one ending. There's no kind of choice at all at the end. You take the throne as the king of this weird cyclical kingdom, like, or queen. That's the ending.
That's it.
That's it.
That's how it goes.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
That can happen in different contexts. You can have talked to the scholar more or less, but like,
do you want me to come meet you, or are you gonna run back?
I'm currently fighting these kids. Let's see how this goes. Okay.
Did you ever get your blob?
I did get my blob. Yeah. Yusperly. Let me see if I can finish this fight. Is the next bonfire close-ish? I can't remember.
It is, yeah.
I bet I can make it. I bet. Oof. Well, he said getting a big juicy hit against him. Come on, come on, come on! Don't be like that. Be better than that. Okay. Oh, it's like pretty close. I think I remember this. Yeah. Yeah. This is all ringing a bell. I feel like part of the reason I remember this one as well, besides the stuff we were already talking about, where I didn't struggle with it as much the first time through, so it didn't sear itself into my brain space, was also that this came out during like the great Souls rush, where there was like a new Souls thing every year. It seemed like, because like Dark Souls 2 came out and Scholar came out and Bloodborne came out and this came out. So I think my brain was just mush a little bit.
Yeah.
Then there was a gap, before. Okay, so I'm at the next bonfire.
Okay, my sign is down. And then this was as far as I gotten, so now we explore together.
Hooray.
Because this whole area, as I recall, is mostly shortcuts.
I recall this, yes. You are being heralded.
I'm being summoned to another world. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I mean, there's just a lot of stuff coming in.
Yeah, no, I mean, if they had kept that up, I would have pretty much just like played Souls games and then I guess Yakuza games, which went through a similar rush recently where like there was one coming out every 6 months or one getting like either released or re-released in the West every 6 months.
It did seem like there was a period there where every time I talked to you, you were like, I'm playing the newest Yakuza game.
I mean, it got to the point where they just released like a remastered pack of 3, 4, and 5. So I, Lauren and I played 3 and we're like giving it a minute because we played because like they came out in a weird order here. Like we started with 0, which is the prequel one and actually probably the best way to start the series. It's so good. Then 6 came out, so we like did the very beginning and the very end, and then we started working our way back toward 6. So we've done 1, 2, and 3 at this point.
Real quick, was Anri in that area?
In like near where the bonfire was?
Yeah.
I didn't see her, but maybe I forgot where to look for her. Because there's an item. Forgot the item. Yeah, she's totally here. Sick.
So you got to do a couple of things here.
Oh, it's my girl. Also, good morning. I meant in the game, but Lauren's also up. We're actually not doing the path where I marry this person in the game, so you don't need to be digital jealous. So what does she mean by Lord Seeker? It's my duty as an unkindled Lord Seeker.
She has beef with a very specific lord. Which
we'll let that be for now. That's
I'm
fine.
used to having. I'm used to playing with people who don't like spoilers, but yeah, her storyline ends when you take out that lord.
Right. Or this version of her storyline. This is the less Londor focus. We're the reason we were outlining what Londor is we're not really taking the path where we embrace a place in the leaderarchy of Londor, right? We're more. This is a much more personal thing where we're just helping Anri do her thing, complete her personal ambition.
Also, when you're done, you need to come over to where I am.
I will do that. But where are you? Oh, there you are.
I think I can interact with this, but that person's no good.
I vaguely remember this. Is one of these like interactable?
Yes. Kill it.
Yeah, there you are.
Oh, my.
Is it talking to you?
It is.
Oh. Yeah, you want to kill it.
You okay? Oh, is this like an assassin going for Anri? Is that what's happening?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, because now Londor is after her. Yes, I recall this now.
This presages a most glorious death indeed.
This dialogue's just pretty creeptacular, so we'll just give it.
Praise thee.
To presage a most glorious death indeed.
Mm.
Okay, let's just go ahead and. Not even really fighting back, I see. But why? Well, I mean, there's a specific reason. Lady Yuria, she says.
Don't kill my friend.
Oh, and that's how you get the chameleon spell, which she was using. That's a nice touch.
Mm-hmm.
Chameleon lets you turn into, or appear to turn into, inanimate objects. So sneak up on someone as a pot, or whatever. Where are you at? Did you go out in the courtyard?
Yeah, chilling. Yeah, so Yuri is the leader, I think, of the Church of Londor.
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, her vested interest in the non-kindling of the flame is to kind of herald the Age of Darkness.
Mm-hmm.
So she's trying to find a Lord of Londor, and that, as I recall, requires you to get married if you're going through that path. Which, again, Londor marriage is very interesting.
Yeah. I'm a little bummed we're not going to show the wedding scene on stream, but it's something folks can look up and that we can still talk about.
Oh, I'm getting torn to shreds.
Let me try to find where you are.
Go back to the thing. You can just summon me. I'm dead.
I will finish what you started real quick.
May need to switch out my weapon for this area a little more.
So give me
Crowd
the role play justification for switching your weapon.
Well, it's a weapon I have, but as my character is a herald and prefers halberds and spears, I am using a Astora greatsword, which is the lightest greatsword, and is long. Its heavy moveset is always a stab, like a spear, and its special ability is charge, which is actually a spear ability.
It's the most heraldric and also the most spear-like of the swords.
Exactly.
I'm into it. I'm at the bonfire, by the way. And I hear your sign, and I see your sign, and I'm touching your sign, and I love your sign.
Designed for a focused on thrust attacks, this sword is hard and sharp, but not unusually heavy.
Oh, good morning.
This was a meta weapon for a long time, but I think it kind of fell out of fashion because its weapon art became too easy to parry.
Mm-hmm. People just got too used to it, or it actually became easier because of a patch.
No, I think people just got too used to it because everyone was using it. So of course, in a situation like that, people are going to find out how to counter it.
See, that aspect of an evolving meta, I actually find kind of interesting. I
agree.
The idea of we talked about our distaste for nerfing, right? The idea that something's good so everyone uses it, so they make it less good. That's less exciting. Right. But the idea that there's something that's really good, so everyone learns what to do about it, that's kind of cool. That's a cool way for a game to evolve over time.
Mm-hmm. I might need some fire.
Foya.
Some foya. Oh, far. Okay, I think they fall on us here, as I recall.
I love the glowy eyes, so they kind of look like humanity sprites, but then you get close, and that's definitely not what they are.
Yeah. I'm not 100% clear on what these things are.
Whoa, I got dropped on. Yeah, that's what happened to me.
Still clearing out the floor people.
Whoa. Floor kids.
There's a lot of them.
They sure do like being numerous. There's so many tables that are still set in this game. That's also, I think, like a carryover from Bloodborne, both in terms of like thank you, in terms of mise en scène, and in terms of like tech. Because like the big thing, and I mean like Dan of New Frame Plus, the animator. Why am I blanking on his last name? Daniel Floyd talks a bit about how like each of these games graphically is kind of a celebration of what you could do at mid-budget at the time it was made. So like the first Dark Souls,
it does have that. It's funny you say that. It always did have that kind of feel to me, like a AAA title, but designed, as you say, kind of with like a mid-budget, as it were.
Yeah, that AA thing that used to be the bread and butter of a lot of kinds of games, but has sort of ceased to exist to a certain degree in the age of like where everything's either AAA or very small or III, as it's sometimes called. Indie games that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I mean, so like the first Dark Souls, there's water and slime dripping down everything because that was a piece of graphics tech that was suddenly possible. 2 has like these big open areas. Bloodborne has like just a billion objects scattered all around the world. You'll walk into a room and there'll be just, dozens of candles, hundreds of candles maybe. This one kind of like uses every trick
Is there an item
in the
over
book. I don't think so. At least I can't
there?
see it.
There's a person over there, but I
There's,
can't tell.
yeah.
All right.
Humanity, gentlemen. Yeah, so this one, I mean, like it does a lot of cool stuff with textures. Like, I think that's one of the, like, replaying Dark Souls 2 right now, part of the reason this looks so much more polished is there's just so much dimensionality to everything. There's like rocks jutting out. Like, this is actually a really good example where we're sitting right now. But it also, like, I feel like this and Sekiro were the ones where it did start to feel like they had money. I mean, like Bloodborne too. Bloodborne definitely.
Yeah.
Bloodborne as well.
Bloodborne had that PlayStation exclusive money.
Right. Which is, I mean, most evident in that fucking soundtrack. It's just so lush and consummate. And
Yeah. They definitely upped their game with Bloodborne and Dark Souls 3.
I wonder, I assume that Blue Point for the Demon Souls remake is going to like get a real orchestra in the studio, because like Demon Souls, shoo boy, that's real MIDI. real MIDI.
Yeah. I mean, Dark Souls 1 was as well. If you go back, it had a great soundtrack, but I mean, it's all synthesized, and you can like hear it when you
And
play that game.
they didn't, I guess, re-record any of that for Dark Souls Remastered. But I guess Dark Souls Remastered is really just like, it's less of a remake than the Demon Souls remake.
Right.
It is more of a remaster. New textures, make the things that don't work kind of work. All of that. Or maybe not even new textures. They're probably just the same textures, like, upscaled. I actually don't know which of those things is true.
I feel like it's going to be a PS5 exclusive, right?
Demon Souls, yeah.
It seems like it would be in their interest to like retexture so it can be all purty to show off.
Well,
the
no,
new
I mean,
engine.
so with that one, they are remaking it, right? Like the Blue Point, I think, like they have access to the original assets just for reference, but I think they basically remake everything from scratch. Like that's what they did with Shadow of the Colossus.
Okay.
Like they treat it like the pipeline for the graphics and sound or whatever. They treat it like a new game. It's just that the design piece is already done by the original.
Oh, you can run in the water. I forgot. Kind of nice.
Run in the water.
Moonlight in the sky. All right, it's early and the game keeps pulling us back. So, okay, so yeah, so Londor. Maybe there wasn't anything else to say until we kind of.
No, we covered it pretty good. We covered it pretty good. And I mean, the fact that we described it, and then we got an assassin from Londor coming after Anri. So, like, I guess the only thing we haven't covered is they are pretty much everyone else in the world is not a fan of the Hollows of Londor. They consider their goals questionable and their methods unsavory, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't do life drain. They're not dark wraiths, but they do something kind of similar. Like, they do consume other beings, right?
Mm-hmm. They, I mean, yeah, like, I mean, the marriage thing needs a lot more delving into, but yeah, there's something about needing to be married to a dead person that I think fulfills some satisfaction. I'm trying to remember the dialogue, because she does mention that, like, in order to be a true Lord of Londor, you have to be married.
Right.
So, to that end, I'm not 100%.
Yeah, and it is like a weird kind of dark fantasy version of what marriage is, where you are sort of like becoming, like, two but one, but but in a creepy way.
Right.
Like, like Annihilation, the movie, not the book, like that kind of two but they're one.
Does the book not lean into that as much?
The book is just not about the weird sci-fi stuff as a metaphor for psychological trauma as much as the movie is. It really is more about our relationship to nature.
Yeah.
It's a lot more kind of macro level. And, to be clear, I'm one of those people who thinks both are fucking brilliant, but they're just like I think part of the reason they're so brilliant is that they have some themes in common, and they have basic plot outline in common, and then nothing else in common.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of what do you call it? Adapted media, I think, works better when they do that. When it's more like it's just its own thing in theme, or not even theme, aesthetic. Like I think one of our good friends and avid listeners, Ian, his favorite example of that would be like Starship Troopers.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, well, that's
very much pro-military, and then the film is like this over-the-top satirization.
It's a direct refutation of the book it's based on, in kind of like almost like a mean-spirited, shitty way, which I love because the book sucks.
Yeah, how did that conversation go to get the rights to that book and then just kind of shit on it?
I think nobody believed that it was going to be what... Is it Paul Verhoeven, or am I making that up?
Well, I've seen some people comment that like one of the brilliant things about Starship Troopers is that it's like it's so vehement and earnest, or at least appearing, that people don't really like. You don't really recognize it as satire right away until you actually stop to think about it.
Right.
And so in that way, it sort of does fulfill, at least on the surface level, like the same tone of the book. But then you look at like what's actually going on in terms of structure and perspective, and it's actually like, oh yeah, no, this is insane.
Yeah, I think it was Nathan Rabin maybe who said that Neil Patrick Harris is the only person in the movie who knows what movie he's in.
Yeah.
Like there is like such an earnestness to it. So yeah, you could almost be forgiven for thinking it's the thing it's making fun of.
Yeah.
But I think I would argue it's definitely not one of those satires that's irresponsible in that way, that like becomes the thing it's making fun of. Like it's pretty clear in its intent if you're paying attention.
Yeah, I do think it's a little borderline though, because it would definitely be easy to lean on it as such if you like you said, if you didn't recognize it for what it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, like,
but to your point, it's not irresponsible. It's just there are people,
Yeah.
dumb enough to not do the work.
The test is, do actual people who believe in that ideology try to reappropriate it? We talk about Lindsay Ellis a lot on here, but like this is a Lindsay Ellis insight, right? Like Nazis have tried to reappropriate imagery from American History X, because like some of those shots in isolation, he does look cool. Nobody's ever tried to reappropriate Springtime for Hitler as a Nazi anthem,
Yeah.
And I think maybe similarly, like the book Starship Troopers, Carl Benjamin, aka Sargon of Akkad, one of the big YouTube right-wing baby men, who's been, I think I had a disastrous attempt to...
Sorry, just the aesthetic real quick. I love the Silver Knight sort of like forlornly looking at the...
Admiring the painting. Yeah. It's so good. And that is Guinevere, for anybody who isn't familiar with Dark Souls 1. She's the one who, when Lucia referred to an illusion you can break, she is a key part of the illusion. She's ostensibly ruling over Anor Londo.
Yeah, but by the time you get... I mean, that's the cool thing about Dark Souls 1, man. It's like, it's just too late. Like, by the time you wake up, everything has just already happened. Like, when you like, Guinevere has already been gone for so long.
Yeah, no, that's the thing, right? Like, whatever kind of hero you want to be, what if you're just late to the party? Like, that's an interesting theme to explore. And it's also, like, as with so much of these games, like, it's interesting in and of itself, genuinely, but it's also a very clever way to tell a story with no money, because, the stuff has already happened. You're just seeing the aftermath. But yeah, no, so I was just going to say, Carl Benjamin, YouTube baby man, disastrous attempt to run for office in the UK. He has sort of been joking, not joking, attempting to reappropriate the book Starship Troopers as like, no, this actually would be a great way to organize a society.
Oh, Lord.
But I don't think he's really... Maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he has touched the film. But I feel like the parts that are like, in-world propaganda in that film are so silly. I'm doing my part.
Would you like to know more?
Right. I feel like that stuff is actually difficult to try and reclaim as a genuine fascist. But maybe they've tried. Oop, fascists are not exactly known for their good sense or good taste. So
Oh,
nice.
down we go.
But fascists certainly are known for Pac-Man like trying to gobble up all kinds of other culture, since they never produce any worthwhile culture of their own.
Easy throw.
These chests up here, are these?
They are not mimics.
Yeah. Okay. I was like,
You're safe.
They don't seem to be fucking breathing. So
You're safe. I think that's actually the royal gear. Like one of them might have the
Leo rings,
Leo ring, yeah.
Smo's hammer, and a divine blessing.
Which again, for anyone not in the know, those are the items that you would find in the Anor Londo bosses in Dark Souls 1.
We're doing a thing here.
So, of these paintings, the one I find interesting is, I think, like, I have no certainty, but this one kind of reminds me of Yorm's throne.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have no idea who that lady is. And then this one kind of looks like, what was the first painted world called?
It's close to the name of the world in Frozen, and I always fuck this up. Because Ashes... No. I'm thinking of the Ashes of Ariandel, which is in this one. The painted world of... Oh, hold on. Man, we do these early, so I end up looking like a big dummy. Yeah, it's Aramis, painted world of Aramis.
But yeah, that one reminds me of this one because it's very cold. It's like it's just covered in ice.
For sure. And that is a really cool... It's also like such a flex to have anything that even looks like that painting in here, because the whole deal with that painting in the first game is it's where everything Gwyn and the gods fear gets put.
Right.
Run by half-breed Priscilla, who is like the illegitimate child of Gwyn and a fucking dragon.
It's very Greek.
Super Greek, yeah. And you actually, Gwyn's illegitimate children and the idea of half-breeds does come up in this game, as we'll see. Because what is a Zeus analog without a whole lot of illegitimate children? No Zeus analog at all, says I. Oop.
Whoop! Oh, and the wrong spell. Oh gosh, this is gonna be bad. Okay, I need to back off for a second. Oh. Now these dogs.
Oh,
really,
there was
good lord.
There was a homing thing left. Oh boy, I rolled toward him. All right, let's see if we can just reduce the number of situations we're dealing with simultaneously here.
What in the world? Got a glitch over here, but okay, I think I'm back in just a moment.
All right, I gotta stop getting sniped. I'm going for this guy.
The shade.
Yeah. Well, and the other guy on the stairs first. Okay, now we do.
I'd have the shade, I think. Well, no. Use the shade.
Whoop.
This is a lot happening.
There's quite a bit going on.
All right. There we go. All right. Back in control.
There it is. Again, not clean, but I'll take it. Oh, it's a Londor pale shade specifically. So is this supposed to be like more Londor assassins coming? Like, does that not happen if you do the Yol path?
Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
That's cool.
In fact, I think you can summon that shade for the upcoming fight if you have already joined the Church of Londor.
That's pretty sweet. So we are on Londor's shit list because we didn't accept Yol's offer to draw out our true power.
Exactly. And in fact, we just disrupted their whole Anri thing. Because
Anri
specifically, because Anri, that's what I'm trying to remember. It has something to do with places too. Because Anri is of Astora. Mm-hmm. I want to say Astora might be like the antithesis to Londor, which is why it's important. Like, she's important. Like, because if you're not helping Londor, then it would seem reasonable that they don't need Anri anymore, but they still do. So maybe they're still looking for another Lord of Londor, and it has to be someone from Astora. I don't know, because Astora is like that's where Solaire's from. Mm-hmm. It's where Anri's from. It's like a place of I don't know if you want to. We can keep going, I guess.
Either way.
Let me read the description on my sword, actually. Yeah.
Astora is one of the many places we hear about but never go.
Yeah, elite knights. I mean, Astora is just a very like heroic kind of. There's a lot of like heroic associations, as far as I know.
Yeah, if there's a round table, it's probably in Astora, right? In this, I mean, for all the Arthur, you know, you're talking about Zeus parallels. Gwyn is also kind of King Arthur.
Yeah, I mean, kind of is generous.
All right, he just is King Arthur though. The do nothing king.
It's King's Arthur. You know, Zeus and Arthur, I guess.
Yeah, King's Arthur. I like it. Arceus.
Oh, lightning in arm. That is definitely a player. Oh. We'll see how this goes, I suppose.
Frostbitten. Oh, darn it.
That slows you down, as I recall.
Yeah.
It's a very weird stat. Oh, boy. Oh, there's way more of them than I thought.
Oop, here's our boy.
There's... Oh!
So, not dueling then.
Nope.
Iggying, as a matter of fact.
I mean, maybe. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hello. Oh. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's going to Iggy, because there's guys ahead. So what we could do is just go around and get the shortcut. If you want to just do that, so we're done.
Just
Wait,
gonna go.
you go? Where'd you go?
I didn't move. I'm just using a seed of the giant tree real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, let's see what he does. Because now he's... Whoa!
I think he might know what's up.
I mean, he's still going to run, which is interesting. Oh.
He's just Count Rugening. He's trying to keep getting the high ground very briefly. Oop.
I mean, he's still going up. Let's see. Yeah. Oh, the reach on that. Oh,
The reach
I
on
think
this
he knows
one.
what's up.
Oop.
Like I said, you want to try and go for the shortcut? Because now he's got to deal with this guy, too, so
Yeah.
we can get around.
Your call, man. I'll follow your lead.
You got to come up here, though.
Okay. He's following.
Oh. I'm ready when you are. Just running ahead. Oh.
I'm with you, Dr. Yang.
Let's see what he's going to do. You'll have iframes while you're doing the door.
Good call.
He's just going to throw fire at us. That's
Opening
a
this
thing.
cool fantasy McDoor.
Now we can go over here. Because in that way, just if we die, your souls will be nearby. You can also kill stuff, I guess.
I mean, I'm not that afraid of this gentleman.
Not sure what he just did.
Yeah, no, either.
Oh, hi. Oh. You can take care of the fire witch.
Okay.
Oh. Oh.
Where did the party go?
Up here. Oh, I rolled the wrong way. Oh, but I got an Estus. Oh, he got me. I can put my thing back at the bonfire, but I'm not sure where you went.
I'm up by the boss.
Oh, I see.
I see Anri. I see Blackhand Goddard. I can start heading back toward the bonfire because I want to do this with you. That's more fun and the point of the stream we're doing on the internet.
Yeah, I guess he's... I don't know where he's going. I'm assuming he would be looking for you. Well, while I wait for you... Or I guess, okay, you're headed back.
Yeah, oop, I forgot about you boys. Yes, I did. I thought we had killed you, but we didn't. Here's our guy. Here's our guy. Does whatever a boring Iggy can.
Oh, you went a different way.
I did. Much to my shame and folly. Ooh, that's not great.
Down.
That's gonna be the end of me. No, I live. I live to stupid and nope, I don't live. Yeah, I just don't really get the joy of playing that way personally. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't mind it as we're co-oping. It's just like kind of an extra complication in the world, but it's just like, it's really hard for me to picture that being fun. I mean, so it makes my brain hurt to think about someone who spends hours and hours just like kiting someone into the enemies that we all already know are there. Like,
yeah, I don't know that I have a proper assessment of that. Like I've said, like the more I've played this, the more I've realized it's just like a viable thing to do.
If you're trying to grind for the Covenant items, you mean?
Exactly, yeah. But there is also a certain, like we're approaching soul level 60, I want to say, and that is actually a how do you say? I'm liking your UI. I think I might mess with that a little bit. Hold on.
Yeah, they're pretty minimal.
HUD off. Is it off or auto? I think auto.
I do auto because that way, like if you lose health, your health pops up, etc.
Yeah, this is really pretty. Okay. Yeah, I think
my blob's right here, so I'm just gonna grab that real quick.
It must exist in the way that, like, you know, it's just another way of playing the game for someone, and you know, like you said, if they enjoy it, I don't know why, but that's, you know, their prerogative, I guess.
I mean, it's fine. I mean, it sucks when you're where are you, by the way? Isn't there something good on this altar?
Yeah, there's stuff. We can so the enemies walk away, so you can deal with them a little more. And there's also, oh yeah, there's you didn't get the hidden wall over here.
No, I didn't.
Oh, the witch saw us, so we gotta, now we must deal with it. What was I gonna say? We talked about this as sort of a mechanical flaw in Destiny, where it's always, I mean, even if it's a built-in part of the system, and maybe it can arguably be fun under certain circumstances, like, you know, we have the other video of Normie Invasions where, you know, we had fun dueling with people. There is a way, though, that's kind of like, it doesn't feel good when your mechanical objectives pit you in direct conflict with someone else's mechanical objectives, right? It's like, so when you're the invader, you've specifically prevented another player from just enjoying the game. And when I've done invasions out of necessity because I wanted to either get spells or complete stuff. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you knew this was a...
oh, no.
I said mechanical wall, didn't I? Fog wall.
Yeah, too many different Souls games.
It also doesn't feel good when it's like, you know, the point of what you're doing is to beat the player, but you're getting your progress impeded by the fact that it's like the player just might be better than you, or you know, they might have like 3 people on their team when you're invading as one person. So, you know, it's
right. This is sort of the problem with PvP like in general, right? It's not a mechanical flaw. It's like a design problem that may be unsolvable.
Well, I think it's specific to these kinds of games where it's like, you know, there is a game to play, or I'm trying to think like how to phrase it.
Get this item real quick.
So like in fighting games like Street Fighter, Tekken, whatever. Like the point of the game is to be competitive. You're both trying to win, but you know, even if you're losing, I mean, unless you don't really have a hard time with losing, which is fine, a lot of people do. Part of it is just that, you know, you're still getting better. Like you don't really lose anything. You just lost the round, right?
There's no sense in which you're not getting to continue playing the game. Like the game is just playing what you're playing and getting better at it. What I meant about the unsolvable flaw, by the way, is just that like you could still get hard stopped from progressing up a leaderboard or whatever if people are just vastly better than you. But in these games, there's literally more of the game that you're being prevented from seeing. Like especially on a first playthrough, that just feels terrible. You know,
Yeah.
when you've struggled to get to, like, we didn't struggle too hard to get to this point. A, we've done it before, and B, we're extremely good at video games. But if we got right here before the boss, and then an Iggy took advantage of the fact that they knew the map better than we did, and we died, it's not a great or interesting experience. Like, it's only in line with the
You got item
intended.
down there?
I did, yeah.
Okay. I think
We're ready, yeah.
we're good.
But yeah, no, all that to say, like, it's in line with the, you know, if you take the theme of the game as you're miserable and everything sucks, then it's appropriate. But otherwise, it's like just kind of, yeah, you know, like, it doesn't feel bad in an interesting way. Because what are you supposed to do about it? Like intrinsic to the joy of these games is you banging your head against a wall until you break through it. You may never see
Right.
that invader again. In fact, you probably won't. So it's like you never get that catharsis. It's just a shitty thing that happened to you, you know?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do this thing. Somewhere in my head, we were farther than we were, and this was Aldrich. But of course not. This is the Pontiff.
You can parry the opening attack, but I've never been able to successfully do it.
I did it once, and of course I was not recording, but... Woof.
Oh. So of course the Pontiff is like extra sized, but I was always curious about if this particular weapon set that he's doing is sort of a nod to the double large weapons of Dark Souls 2.
Yeah, I think so. I think they're doing a bit. Because he also has those, like, super wide, circly arcs, like
Yeah.
a lot of things do in Dark Souls 2. I'm gonna die. Yeah, I died.
Oh no. Oh.
I was a bad cameraman. That's, speaking of reasons you die in these games that aren't probably part of the exactly intended gameplay loop, just like getting caught in a wall and not adjusting your camera correctly is death.
Yeah.
And, you know, it's a learnable skill. I'm not saying, you know, cheap death, literally unplayable, but it's like, it's not really core to what the games are about, but it is a skill you absolutely must foster. Like, that is what your right thumb is doing most, if not all of the time. Anytime you're not using an item, really. I am at the bonfire, and I am enkindlated.
I await your summoning of me. It should be popping up in a second.
Anytime now. Yeah, there it is.
So yeah, in
Bowie is
Destiny-
asleep in Lauren's lap, by the way, and it's a good sight.
In Destiny 2, I sometimes get frustrated. I would argue the problem is worse because not only do you have enemies that are impeding your progress, sometimes like on any given day, the bounties are the same for everyone. So it means that your teammates are also impeding your progress sometimes if you're all, like, let's say in a game of Gambit trying to bank moats, right? It's like you're basically
You
competing
can't
with your
all bank the
teammates
fucking
for-
moats, and in fact, playing Gambit well is dependent precisely on some people banking moats and some people not, right?
Exactly.
That's the thing,
Yeah,
right?
can't-
If you're designing interesting co-op, it's usually at least a little bit asymmetrical. People play their roles, but then if everybody gets the same goals, then the asymmetry becomes a problem for at least somebody who's playing. And this is also just a classic asymmetrical co-op problem in general. I mean, like, you know, everybody wants a healer in their party, but it may or may not be fun to be a healer, depending on the game, right? Like that classic
Yeah.
problem.
Exactly. Uh-oh. Oh, here comes the... Oh boy. Ooh,
Oh,
there's
that
a thing now.
thing sure happened.
Oh, please stop. Oh, God. What? Okay.
Well, that went pretty sideways.
I guess it's been a while since...
I got his scythe. That's
Oh,
fun.
nice. I guess... Oh, I think I do want that side, too. I think it's been a while since I didn't kill him fast enough to let him do that. I just assumed he would stop attacking. I don't have that shortcut, so
Yeah, I'm coming back to you. It's fine.
I can. I was gonna say I can go to the gate, but the gate's not open for
I'll
me.
just go to the bonfire. It's fine. I'm most of the way back.
Perfect.
Yeah, what's up with that scythe? What's the deal with
It
that?
causes frostbite, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it scales with dex. I would need a little more strength than I have. Neat. Neato.
Neat.
But not like Gravelord Neato. Like you know what I mean.
Oh yeah, and if I think I might have gotten interrupted. So we're approaching soul level 60, which is a big troll level, as far as I know. A lot of players like to build like
The
to
novelty
min-max
builds.
levels. Yeah, like to min-max 60 and then just kind of stomp players.
You were gonna say stomp noobs.
I was actually gonna say new players, but I was wondering what the new player base is for this game now that it's been a minute since the sale.
There's got to be a non-zero number of people who just, Dark Souls 3. I've heard, I enjoyed previous entries in the series. I should see what this is about. But it's not like the community such as it is would used to maybe they still do, orchestrate returns to specific games. Like let's all play Dark Souls 1, let's all play Bloodborne. To up the player population, which, is, if you're familiar with the game, it's just a blast. As a new player, I imagine it would be, blessing and curse both.
Right.
All right. Where?
All right, Pontiff.
Where is my blob? Oh, I say my blob. Ooh, he got me with the fire sword. We are off to an inauspicious start.
Go get your blob. Wow, he's okay. Then he's shifted to Anri.
All right, I'm running. Thanks, Anri.
Appreciate you, bro.
Sorry, I'm not going to marry you. Or maybe that's good for both of us. I don't even know anymore. That was what we wanted. That wasn't.
Oof. God, those swings.
Yeah.
Getting pursuer flashbacks.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, there's a little bit of a Dark Souls 2 thing happening here.
Oh, I timed that wrong. Oh, please don't be focused on me. Okay,
Yeah,
good.
here we go. Forgot about the wings. Of course I forgot about the wings.
Oh, not just the wings. Remember this part?
Oh, yes, I do remember this part.
Wow, Anri is putting in work. She's quite good.
She does owe us a life debt, I guess.
Oh, Lord. So, yeah, the Pontiff is an interesting character because he's not a lord, but he's, and I don't know if this plays into the thematics of like Miyazaki and his feelings about organized religion, but the Pontiff definitely orchestrated a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's like he's kind of like the what would you call it? The real power behind like Aldrich, right? Like
Yeah, we were talking about Dark.
He sort of enabled Aldrich.
We were talking about Gwendolyn, right? Like,
oh God.
For us to be in or near Anor Londo, yay! For there to be the theme that the person who ostensibly has the power isn't necessarily the person driving the direction of the world. Right. Like that's Gwendolyn's whole deal. No one, people may or may not know Gwendolyn's gender or may not know that Gwendolyn even exists, but Gwendolyn is like pulling the strings, Like I feel like that's I guess Anri's an interesting case because just could be male or female depending on context. But the idea that the only canonically trans character in Souls World is like it's thematically it's part of like unknowability, which whether how tropey that is and whether it's a good thing is totally valid to discuss. but it rules a little bit, right? Because like there is an answer to the question of Gwendolyn's gender, the same way there's an answer to the question of how the illusion works. It's just that most people don't know it, and that's the point, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, all that to say, Sullivan doesn't have anything interesting happening with his gender. Don't get me wrong, but is kind of that same sort of figure where no one talks about Pontiff Sullivan. They all talk about Aldrich, but Sullivan is the one directing the world. Aldrich is really just like pure appetite. You know, that's kind of his whole deal.
Right.
You don't get an institution from pure appetite, no matter how powerful you are. You need someone to do someone has to do the devil's paperwork. And that's what Sullivan's deal is. He's kind of a great character in that sense. Do we need to do him in your world?
That's what I was gonna say. That's a little oversight on my part. We do need to manage that.
It is doable.
Looking right now at if I have any way to up my my materials, and it looks like I don't. I need some large titanite shards.
Oh yeah, I should actually spend these soulsies too.
But what I will do is just level up.
But yeah, the idea of reputation and people not knowing the full extent of someone's influence, that's another theme from the first game that definitely carries through to here. But yeah, no, I didn't mean to bring up Gwendolyn's transness and then just drop it. I feel like there are people smarter than me who can talk about that more. But I find it a really interesting aspect of the character, especially given we were talking about how like a lot of Japanese media that is otherwise pretty progressive trips over its own dick real hard when it comes to that stuff. So it's an especially interesting addition.
Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. While Lucio's gone, we're going to level up. Let's see. Health is necessary. Endurance is probably more exciting. It literally lets us do more things. That's what the stat does. So we want that. Do we need more attunement? Not super, yes. It might be good to have more FP. But it's probably not what we urgently need. Like, we're not running out of charges or anything. I could be using my weapon art more. But I'm not even, like, drinking the ashen flask I bring with me. So, yeah, let's not worry about that just yet. Dexterity's already at the soft cap. Intelligence doesn't necessarily need to be higher. Yeah, let's just do some more of this. We're kind of going a little glass cannon-y, so yeah, I'll...
Something I just remembered.
Yes?
If you're following the Cirrus quest line through, is you have to go back and she'll summon you on the bridge into Irithyll.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, let me do that real quick. And I have to do that O Solo Mio, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. This I
can watch you do that, which will be fun.
Through the power of the internet.
I'm good on attunement. I definitely need some more endurance. Maybe I should just tap out at an even 1,000 for now.
It's time to check in with Lauren. How's your morning? She's not on mic, but how's your morning going, love? Lauren is hosting on Turnip Exchange in Animal Crossing.
Hey.
Because you have a good what now? Craftable. Ooh, good craftable.
What do turnips do in that game?
Turnips are the in-world.
That a few times.
Turnips are the in-world satirical mechanic about the stock market. It is the stalk market. It is in fact Sow Joan the Sow. Sow Jones Stalk Exchange. It's a very punny game. But basically, every Sunday you can buy turnips, and they spoil after a week. But throughout the week, the price fluctuates somewhat wildly. Mm-hmm. So you try to buy low, sell high. But you can easily screw yourself either partially or completely.
This is actually just as a heads up, not a particularly hard fight, but it's really easy to get kind of overwhelmed.
I recall, yeah, there's some cheap tricks that can get you pretty good.
Well, Crichton is very good at using his Estus,
Mm-hmm.
and he can that axe will put in work. So Crichton is from Dark Souls 2, I think.
Crichton is from Dark Souls 2. Crichton the Wanderer is an interesting thing to call him because Crichton is banished. Well, no, he's not even banished. He's an escaped prisoner.
Wow, you guys handled that real well.
Yeah, man, pretty good. I mean, Sirius and I, we're simpatico. Yeah, Crichton and Pate are one of those deals where you meet two NPCs throughout the game and you sort of eventually have to pick sides. Each one is sort of telling you that the other one is a monster, and it's up to you who you believe. But then you pretty early, as even as far into 2 as we are, you start getting other characters who are like, oh yeah, this fucking Crichton guy. I think you actually meet someone who says like there was a guy who was locked up for a whole bunch of grisly murders. His name was Cry something. I can't remember.
Oh yeah, if you go back to Firelink, she'll give you the silver cat ring now, which is very handy. You might want to go grab it real quick.
Yes, I will do that.
I have not thanked you for your generous rescue. That dark spirit with one of Rosaria's fingers. Vile bastard.
How would you ever know to look for that summon sign? Like, are there hints? I can't remember.
I think I found it on accident, actually, my first time playing through.
I did too, but what was I doing back on that bridge?
You have my deepest gratitude.
If we played it together...
that must be
like
you're going
one
back
of us had to run back to help with the beast or something like that.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah, you're totally right.
Because, yeah, it's... I mean, as far as I know, that particular the summon thing, like, it doesn't... Like, there's no... I don't think there's a trigger that cancels it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe except, like, the end game. So you can always come back to it. But it is funny because that's like a... Yeah, there's not anything really particularly there.
Right.
So...
What is the soft cap for endurance in this one?
Oh, I think it's 40, actually. Well, so soft cap is funny, right? Because, like, I think endurance, you just get the same amount for the most part, all the way up until you have 160.
That sounds right, yeah.
So, I mean, I think the soft cap is kind of the hard cap.
Interesting.
Because it's like, yeah, as I recall, it's the only stat where it's like you need to actually, to get the max of it, you really need to kind of just go. Because it won't go higher than 160, so there's never any reason to go past 40.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm trying to remember now. I think if you go up to like 99 instead of 160, you get like 165. It's something really
like
ridiculous.
utterly not worth it. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if it was present in the vanilla release, but was like I want to say that those little effigy looking things weren't a part of it initially, and then they added it so you could actually see what's going on in different areas in terms of activity.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Which is those are pretty cool. I'm just gonna rest real quick so people can see what you're talking about. These little they tell you how populous the area is basically, and they do look a bit like the human effigies from Dark Souls 2.
Yeah. Schwiggity shiggity schwank.
That's me.
So we did this in our first stream video where we doubled up a little bit. So I guess we'll do that today. And
I don't think it's a terrible thing because it's always cool to see fights can go so many different ways in these games. So it's always a little bit fun to see that.
That's true, and we've kind of hit a stride as far as I don't know, the tone of the stream. We have to be talking about Dark Souls constantly. I kind of definitely felt a pressure to do that initially because that's what
I don't mean to push it either. I mean, the most halting part of this episode was when I was like, so tell me about Londor. Like, ultimately, who gives a shit? Someone could wiki it if they want to know about Londor. It was just like, I think the reasons it's like thematically or texturally interesting start to become important in this area was the reason I brought it up.
Yeah, well, no, and I mean, I'm biased, obviously, but I think you're a very good interviewer, and I like that you have that mindset where you're asking those questions, because I do think it's good to... Oh yeah, so you might need to come back to this area, because he will invade again, and that's how you get his axe.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I'm probably not going to use it. Well, it is a good... Well, I don't know, whatever. I'll probably do
Undead Bone Shard. It doesn't scale with Faith. That's one of the reasons it's kind of cool, because it's a lightning weapon that's imbued.
Oh, that is cool.
I don't think there are many of those in this game.
I think you're right. Kick him off, kick him off, kick him off. Aw.
Wait, hold on.
So good.
Oh, I was trying to kick him. It did not work.
Pokey stab for you.
All right, I'm going to try something risky.
All right.
Oh, no. Oh, yes.
Yeah. That was the coolest thing I have ever seen.
The danger, of course, was that I could have just as easily followed.
Oh, the danger was clear. That was good stuff. This is what the people show up for. This is what we get out of bed in the morning for.
I mean, it's funny because
do you want to heal us, by the way, or?
Oh yeah, I totally can. I can't see my health. Oh, that was absolutely.
Yeah, minimal UI takes some getting used to.
What was I saying? Oh,
if you ever want it, by the way, I was just gonna say you could just hit start or options if you're on a DS4. If you want to see, like, if you bring up your inventory and stuff, it will show you your health and your FP and all that.
Oh, cool. This is where I got messed up last time. A little slower here.
Lauren's getting set up for... So I explained what turnips are, but not what turnip exchange is, by the way. So if you had a thought, by all means finish it. But then I'll talk about how
I think all I was going to say was... there's a certain element of... I don't know. There's a good word for it, but like when you're competitive with your own abilities, right? Like you want to kind of test them and play the games and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But like what I just did to Crichton, it is also fun to play this game sometimes in kind of like what's called like the cheesy way. Where like there's just something that works and it's kind of funny to just do it, or it's just sort of almost like a strat in its own way. Yeah.
In certain contexts, the term would be scumbag, right? Like the game wants to test a specific skill. In that case, like fighting a guy with an axe that'll make you want to dodge roll on a cliff where you might roll off.
Right.
The skill it's testing is not doing a super risky maneuver where you run at him full speed with a spear. But that is a valid thing in that situation. Like the game doesn't stop you from doing that, and it is very satisfying to do it.
Yeah. And I mean,
and again,
also, I guess a bit of risk in my end because like I said, I could have just flown over the side.
Right. No, and again, I think like these games are actually pretty good about like giving you that room. Again, that's we talked very briefly last time about the DNA that these games share with roguelikes, where there's a set of things that are possible, and whether or not the situation you're in was designed to test that particular thing, it's usually valid to do it.
Yeah.
That's cool. And it can make gameplay a little bit less elegant, I suppose.
I mean, I guess you could play this game as like cheesing the whole way through. I've definitely seen like
people
Sekiro playthroughs where people do that.
Yeah,
but
in these games,
most people would agree it's not like fun necessarily.
Right. In these games, it usually takes the form of like hanging back and just doing a lot of casting, and again, like if you enjoy that, you do you, man. That's cool. That's fine. I think this was our friend Ben recently reposted H-Bomber Guys in Defense of Dark Souls 2.
I need to watch that.
It's a great video. It's kind of a sequel to his Bloodborne video, which is also great. But he talks about this notion that I think his name for it kind of caught on. He calls it play conditioning, which is like, game mechanics are the things that are possible. Ooh, things that are possible in the game, rewarded, etc. Play conditioning is a bit different. Play conditioning is like how the game tells you to play it. So in Dark Souls 1 in the tutorial area, you get a shield right after you get sniped with arrows. So that teaches you keep your shield up at all times. which is not really necessarily the most fun way to play the games. It's a totally valid way to play the games, but it's maybe not the way to
They
teach
doubled
people
down
to...
hard in the opposite direction when they did Bloodborne.
Exactly. Shields are nice, but not if they engender passivity. Or even, H-Bomb pointed out, I hadn't noticed.
There was an item over here.
Oh, yeah? What was it?
I don't know. But you drop down. That's what threw me off.
Oh,
it's
gotcha.
a chest. I will tell you in just a moment. Yorshka's spear. So probably useless to you.
Probably, yeah, but I'm glad you got it.
But maybe fun for me.
Yeah. But yeah, so H-Bomb pointed out, in Dark Souls 2, only one starting class starts with a shield. And that class starts with a broken sword. So, like, it's, the game can make a lot of things possible. It's still sort of meaningful and is going to change what kind of time you have, what it suggests you should do,
Right. And I'm here. Okay. What does Yorshka's spear do again? Oh, it scales with faith. Interesting.
But so, okay, I used a word that I've been thinking about more. I said, like, the result can be inelegant or less elegant.
Inelegant.
But we got elegance. But it's, I don't know, like, I feel like that word's a little bit equivocal because, like, what it becomes is unfussy. Like, it's actually more elegant, like in a systemic sense. The idea that you have all these things working together and all of them are valid, just like they would be if this were a real world,
Yeah.
But what you lose is that kind of like polished, gorgeous. You're at like half health, by the way. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I'm not. I appreciate you.
Yeah, you lose that thing that a lot of AAA games insist on, which is every moment feeling built. You know what I mean? Like, everything's got to look and feel correct. Which I always think of as fussy gameplay, right? It's got to play out exactly this way, and if you're not standing in exactly that spot, you're gonna get yeah.
I mean, the fully realized version of that has always felt like, what is it, QuickTime events?
Right.
It's like you don't even need to play; you just need to interact to the point that we will take care of what's actually supposed to happen here.
Right. QuickTime events are funny too, because like
is Uncharted that bad about it? I can't remember.
Uncharted is not so bad about like QuickTime events per se, but Naughty Dog is probably the poster child for what I'm describing, which is like every moment has to feel like I got to talk to Evan Hill on the podcast last year, and he's a level designer at Naughty Dog. He made the museum section of The Last of Us Part 2 that everybody, even people who didn't like the game or agree is great. I haven't played it yet, but this is just, I'm going on the buzz. He talked about how their whole philosophy is they want to... yeah, let's heal. I need it more than you do.
Well, that's my point, though. You should save your Estus.
Yeah, I've been bad about that. I'm not used to being the one who's not real. But yeah, no, he talked about how... on the show talked about how their whole philosophy is it should feel like it's not possible in the moment to do anything other than the thing that will advance the story. So at the beginning of The Last of Us 1, it shouldn't feel like Joel would do anything but carry Sarah, is her name Sarah, his daughter, out of the burning house, right? Like, it's like literally, as the person holding the controller, you could run into the fire, or you could just sit still and do nothing, or you could like go to the fridge because you decide you want to make a sandwich. But none of those things make sense. It only makes sense to carry her out of the house. They want to do that in every moment. And I find it really interesting because like there is a part of me that rebels against that notion pretty hard, but it is of course a very valid and interesting thing to want to do with an interactive medium. The thing to me that I find most interesting about it is like, can't that trick only ever work once? You know what I mean? Like on a second playthrough, you've got to be aware that it's possible to do something else. And in fact, that's often, for me anyway, the point of a second playthrough. It's kind of what we're doing right now. Let's do some things we didn't do the first time, Wait,
do I have that already? Oh, I need 25. Interesting.
So you don't have that already.
I might have to up my faith game.
Which healer are you using currently?
That's a good question. It is called medium heal. I think great heal is as high as it goes. So yeah,
Okay.
25 will probably be my soft cap, my personal. So that's interesting that he would say that, because
And to be clear, this is not like an Evan Hill philosophy. This he's working in that methodology because this is the way Naughty Dog thinks about levels.
right. I had a question. I'm trying to come back to it because I got a little distracted. But oh, okay. So case in point. So if that is the case, it seems interesting to me that they want you to have to. So if okay, we're gonna get in a little spoiler territory. How do you feel about that for Last of Us 2 in the context of it having
Last of
just
Us
come out? I
2?
guess about yeah.
I mean, I don't know enough about it to spoil it.
Okay, I'll be cryptic. Given its themes about revenge and the way that the game plays out, why then wouldn't they give you the option to not engage? I mean, because there's a lot of stealth mechanics in that game, and I know that I think I'm trying to remember if we talked about this during one of these playthroughs or on the podcast, about how like most games don't really let you have like a pure passive playthrough, and in fact that's kind of counter to gaming design in general. But it seems like that game in particular, like if they feel like the goal is to give you one option that would make the most sense at any given time, the game's theme seemed to be lending itself to another option, right? Like you're kind of more focused on the one person who is the kind of your end goals, let's say. Again, I'm sorry if I'm being really cryptic. I'm just trying to not, be too obvious about what I'm saying.
To be totally honest, I don't even know what you're referring to because I don't know. I didn't get as spoiled as you did, I guess, about Last of Us 2. Not
Okay.
that
I can get to this question in a roundabout way. So Nathan Drake, the big gag is like he's an explorer or whatever. He's also a serial killer. In The Last of Us, even in the first one, there's this sense of like, some of the themes about violence and everything. It's funny to me that in a lot of instances, you have to kill people when I feel like it would be more prudent to not have to kill people and in fact possible. But they don't build that into the game necessarily. Like,
so that's
in The Last of Us 2. Okay, I can say this without spoiling. In The Last of Us 2, Ellie is looking for somebody. So why is she murdering a lot of people to get to this person when it's like, from a sort of more humanist perspective, wouldn't her goal just be to deal with this one person and not to want to like kill everybody?
So the thing that to me is interesting about this style of game design, but that I never hear anyone from Naughty Dog say, which I find very odd, is that like, so like let's go back to like the Joel's big choice at the end of Last of Us 1. You didn't see Last of Us 1 through, but you're aware of what happens at the end. Is that right?
I've watched a playthrough. Yeah, I know how it ends.
So
I didn't like the end.
We can be cryptic, but the point is Joel makes a choice that is bad to the point of maybe dooming humanity, but comes from
also dooming his relationship.
Right? No, totally. Absolutely. And I think 2 deals with the fallout of that. Again, haven't played it yet. But my point was just. If your goal is
as a quick aside, what was the point of that decision? Like, are you as the demographic, 18 to 25 male, like, are you supposed to feel like, yeah, man, like that was the choice you had to make because you're really the hero, even if people hate your decision? It felt really weird.
Well, that's not an aside, actually. That's exactly where I was going to go, which is like,
okay,
I think if your game design goal is to make it feel like that's the only thing that you as the player would do in that situation, that's probably flatly impossible, right? Like it's number one, because it's a really messed up decision in a bunch of ways. Number two, because it's like it's messed up in a way that's interesting. So like, people interpret art differently. That's kind of a feature, not a bug. But I think it's entirely possible at that point in the game for you to feel like that is the only decision Joel would make. You know what I mean? Like by that point, Joel, and he's kind of a miserable bastard.
I was gonna say my bias is that it makes sense in the sense of him being a piece of shit whose behavior never made sense to me from the beginning anyway.
Well, I mean, yeah, and the game also thinks that it has to do with like, surrogate fatherhood and stuff, themes that didn't. We don't need to get into I mean, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty of The Last of Us Part 1, for you as a father, I think that's actually an interesting topic, and we've never talked about it publicly. But I think, whether the game is writing checks it can't cash from some character perspective, it's clear what the intent is, right? So it's like, what I never hear anybody from Naughty Dog say, but what to me is interesting, is that it isn't about that's the only thing that is conceivable to do. It's about the character ringing true. It's about inhabiting this person.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of people, this goes directly to your issues with The Last of Us. It's a question of whether you feel compelled to be that person, you know?
Yeah, and I mean, and it gets into that whole thing about like, how much do you resonate with the character? Because so I've never played Uncharted, but I would imagine that it's such a sort of, I don't mean this in a pejorative way. I'm just based on what I know about it. It's more of a just straight ahead, like traditional action game. You're pointing, you're shooting, you're Indiana Jones. You're not really thinking about anything. So the fact that Nathan Drake is like a serial killer doesn't really enter your mind until you stop to think like, I'm an explorer, but I sure am murdering a lot of people.
Right. It's not. It's the fact that the text doesn't acknowledge it. That's what's weird
Right.
about it, because
And
like,
so,
yeah.
but to me that sort of works because again, it's just very straight ahead. But The Last of Us is built in such a way that it wants you to think about a lot of these things. I think, especially because it's framed sort of like a
I
film.
think it wants to be. It wants to be a very meditative, man's inhumanity to man kind of thing. Yeah.
And so when that happens, for me, it was very hard to vibe with Joel because again, it's like, if I'm, if I'm him and he's making these choices, and I just think that all of these are bad choices, it becomes this very weird, like pushing. Oh no, that is not a
No, it is
NPC.
not. You were mentioning we're in that meta range.
Yes, we are.
I want to get Snipey McSnipe out of the way.
I'm gonna run for the shortcut because this is not a great area to have to come through again. So once I just activate the elevator, I'll come back down. Oh boy,
I'll keep these guys off you as best I can.
there's so many dogs.
Ooh, that's a lot.
All the dogs. All right, bye. Cool, I'm gonna just hop on the shuttle bus. Oh wow, they followed me up?
That's impressive.
Well, I have the iframes, so. Oh my god.
Ooh, here's the invader. Here's the invader
This
doing
is
some cool
hilarious and
invasions.
terrible.
All right, I'm gonna need to heal. Ooh.
I might die. It's just full disclosure, but I'm coming back. Wow, that was a saga. All right, where's the invader? Where are you?
The steps and the steps.
Okay, coming to you.
I'm in
No,
some
no,
trouble
no, no,
here.
no, no.
What did he throw at me? That just straight up
Probably
did
a knife.
damage. It looked like a
Probably
bottle,
a
though.
knife.
Unfortunately, the people can't see what's happening. So, how's it going?
Oh, that's right.
This isn't this is an aside, but Lauren looks spectacular in Animal Crossing right now. She's wearing like is that the Pirate King robe or is that just the Sea Admiral? Sea Captain robe.
In the interest of the podcast, I'm going to run back. Oh, hi. Here we are. Together. Together at last. Ow.
Where are you running back to? I'll meet you
The
there.
bonfire.
Okay. Well, my
Because then if I die, I'll have my blob, and then also presumably... Oh, the lightning urn. That's what he threw at you.
oh, that makes sense. My scene is dune.
I see it. I'll summon you. Why not?
You could summon me. Why not?
Oh, I'll fight you. Oh, yeah, this is a meta boy. He's got lightning urns, a mace.
Lightning
Ooh,
boy.
nice. Poise. Drinking Estus, so definitely not concerned with an honorable duel, as it were.
I mean, that's
going
fine.
for you.
Okay, friend. Wow.
Yeah, he's
okay.
got grand power through. Yeah, the mace is very good as far as the meta goes. You gonna Iggy? Let's see.
Ooh,
Ooh.
parry.
Oh, my timing was off.
I'll try my side again.
Timing's still off. Oh, he's got the thorns? That's kind of cool. Oh. 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 Oh, roll catch. Yeah, this is very much a meta person. Pointing down. Yeah, total troll. So what were we talking about? Oh, yeah, so Last of Us. I don't know quite how that comes back to what we were doing, but...
Well, no, I mean, we were talking about the game design philosophy of the game being kind of open, letting you miss stuff, letting moments play out in different ways, versus trying to design everything so that moments can only play out one way. And I think like this game is not the most extreme version of the former, but I think maybe Naughty Dog's games, at least, you know, historically, have been a pretty extreme version of the latter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like the most extreme version of the like things can play out different ways would be like a roguelike, right? Like it's just pure system. Things can play out because those are the rules, and the whole point is watching them rub together in ways you don't expect, you know?
Right, yeah.
This has
You
a
need
bit
to
of
go
that.
across, but there's also... Let's work backwards a little bit here.
No. We haven't said it explicitly. What didn't work for you in The Last of Us Part 1 was Joel's... The way the moment where his daughter dies gets played.
It's a lot of moments in that game that didn't work for me. Just his sort of, let's, I guess, call it journey.
Wow. Wow, bro.
A lot of, I mean, it kind of like how you're saying Naughty Dog wants you to feel like, you know, there's only one option at any given time. I kind of felt that way too about the narrative. Like he's arriving at these decisions because the story needs him to, not because it feels organic. My biggest oh god, here we go. My biggest hang up to that end is just the fact that he's very cold towards Ellie from the get-go. And I mean, you know, speaking personally, speaking from, oh god, there's 3 of them.
There's so much happening right now. Oh my
goodness. To that end.
Ooh, I got.
Oh god.
I'm sorry.
I'm not got, but I am dealing with this. To that end, I mean, it could just be personal. You know, it could be anecdotal. Like I've never met anyone who their response to losing a child was to be shitty to children. Like let's just you know, in fact the opposite. I feel like most people who've lost children.
Am I running to you, by the way, or did you die?
No, yeah, you can run to me.
Okay.
Or I can come to you.
Either way.
Bonfire.
Let
me go there. Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be easier. In fact, the opposite. I feel like most people who lose a child, especially to something like, let's say, medical, by way of example, like are the first people to say, like, you know, in lieu of flowers, please donate to this, you know, whatever. Like, you know, it kind of makes to me, I would feel like it would compound the value of children, and that Joel doesn't. I guess, like you said, it hints at the fact that he's just this weird, selfish asshole. But then the arc of their relationship, if it's supposed to feel like, you know, they're building something, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like he views Ellie in a more like utilitarian way. Like he starts being nicer to her after she is pragmatically useful to
after
him.
she proves herself capable. Sure.
Yeah, like she saves his life and then protects him, and then but it's not, you know, it's not a moment of like, oh yeah, she's human and I'm shitty, and like that's when he starts to like care about her. Because even that might have been, you know, we talked last session about like, you know, what do you need to kind of build a redeeming arc, but there's not a moment for me in that game where Joel like kind of realizes he's an asshole.
Joel's arc is definitely,
except for maybe the last decision he makes, but arguably that's like an asshole decision to make.
I think it's definitely an asshole decision. I think he's doubling down. I think like it's yeah, I mean, like I think the game plays it like he's now like this. He's going to redeem himself by being the most devoted father figure imaginable, like literally to the exclusion of caring about the rest of humanity. Is I think what the game thinks.
But even not even just that, but like to the effect of like taking away her agency too, because like you know, he makes that decision for her.
Right.
And like you even see in the last moments of the game, like she doesn't look comfortable with it.
Right.
She's like, oh, why are we leaving? He's like, oh, turned out there was no cure. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, she doesn't know the truth. She doesn't know the truth, but she does kind of know he's lying to her. Which I mean, like Joel's arc, though, I think in the first game is definitely not a redemption arc, right? Like I don't know, man, because like,
but doesn't feel like it's kind of structured that way. I mean, maybe I misread it, which is, you know, fair.
I think I think you have to read it in terms of what was it Matty Bryce talked about the datification of games. like Joel is supposed to be everything he's supposed to be, right? But
There's his
it's
tail
through
there.
this lens, this like Thanos-y lens, where there's a certain kind of father figure who shows that he really does love you by being a piece of shit. And that's supposed to be valid. You know what I mean? Like, I think the game
Well, that's the
kind
thing.
of
like,
thinks that.
is it valid? Because like I would
Well,
accept
no,
that
in
if the
reality.
point of the game is to get you to not like Joel, then yeah, mission successful. I guess the game was great.
Well, no, I think
But
the game thinks he's a complicated. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was gonna say I think the game thinks he's a complicated but ultimately not benevolent, but like loving figure. Like he's fucked up, but it comes from a genuine place. And I think that trope comes from male writers who want to feel okay about the times they've been pieces of shit. You know what I mean? Like I really don't like that trope at all.
Because I don't know much about the personal lives of game writers.
No. I'm not casting aspersions on individual people. I just mean like that you could inherit that tradition second or third hand. But I just mean like if you think about like I think we really are supposed to think that Thanos loves Gamora, and that's fucking insane. Like
Yeah.
That's an absolutely crazy thing, and I think it does come from that idea of like, well, my dad was a difficult guy, but I think deep down he never said he loved me. He never did anything to show me he loved me, but I think deep down he really, you know what I mean? Like it's like this weird post hoc apologetics of assholery.
Yeah. So yeah, as far as The Last of Us, I don't know if that would be its own thing.
Well, here's what I find interesting. This is going to sound like an aside, and it is, but it's also related. There was a play on Broadway last season called Slave Play. And this spoilers for Slave Play, everybody. But basically, it opens on these three little vignettes of like antebellum, plantation America, but they're like these weirdly sexualized scenes between people. And you're like, what the fuck is happening? Why is it rubbing my nose in this? This is all very weird. And then basically what happens is someone says a safe word, and it turns out this is like it's a play about slave play. These are like people on like a fetish retreat. And the whole second act, it's not even. Lauren points out it's not just a retreat. It's like it's framed as therapy. And the whole second act is like them post gaming, basically, like talking through what happened and like intellectualizing it. And it ends up being mostly about the first character you see, who's a black woman. And I say all that to say, every person I know for whom The Last of Us Part 1 really didn't work is a father.
Yeah.
And every person I know for whom Slave Play really didn't work is a black woman.
Huh.
And it's like, there is a certain sense that whatever you got right, if you got wrong, the core emotional state of your main character, there has to be a meaningful conversation about how maybe you fucked up in some sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's and that's not to say the work can't have value. It's not to say that that's the only valid interpretation or like, or any of that. It's just like that. You can't just ignore that. You know what I mean? Like that something happened there. And I think looking into why it didn't work for the kind of person you are ostensibly writing about is always worth exploring. So I think to you, Joel was not credible as a dad. And that's kind of what it came down to, right?
Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. Yes, but it didn't start. I mean, like at the very, very beginning, he does feel like a character, and then things go weird, and it kind of just comes to an abrupt end. Yeah, I'm trying to, like I said, some of those moments probably would have sold me more on his credibility, like if it had felt more organic. But because I can understand a certain amount of like, oh, Black Hand Gotthard over here, a certain amount of trauma or whatever, but it just. Yeah, it didn't ring true. It just didn't ring true for me.
Yeah, I mean that's I guess that's the heart of what we're talking about, right? Like that's subjective. Does it ring true? Like your mileage may vary. Your mileage will vary. Different people's mileage.
It almost would have been more believable to be a story from maybe like Tommy's perspective.
Oh, that's interesting.
Because as an uncle, you're a little removed, and it's like especially because I mean, yeah, that might have almost been more interesting, right? Is like if it was from
He doesn't
Tommy's
want Joel to
perspective.
get attached because he doesn't want him to get hurt again. Like that's where the
Not even
distance
that,
comes
not
from.
even that specifically, but like if Tommy's the one who is now responsible for a kid, and he's like, "Oh, I had a niece,
Oh, I see what
15
you're
years
saying.
ago or
Yeah,
whatever," and then it's actually Joel who's his foil. Like, why are you being so shitty to this person? Like, you know,
Right,
and
right. Well,
it's
okay,
like,
so
well,
yeah,
remember
yeah,
what
yeah.
happened to Sarah? He's like, "Yeah, I lost Sarah," and but there's still like if his emotional arc had felt more about like what I would assume to be a more natural thing, like caring about kids, and Tommy's is like I can't speak for, all uncles, but like I can imagine someone with no kids and, who is an uncle and then loses someone, like that fear of getting close to another child, who is not necessarily your child. Like that kind of rings a little more true to me.
This is
But the
Uncle.
fact that it
This is
was
Uncle
Joel,
Erasure, dude. That is not
right?
cool. Dude, this is
What?
don't erase us. This is Uncle Erasure. No,
No,
I hear what you're
no,
saying. I
right.
hear what you're saying.
I'm saying so, and especially, I guess I can be even more specific. The fact that, as far as we know, was his only niece, right?
True. Yeah.
Quick healing here.
Well, yeah. I guess the other thing about datified games, games from the peak datification era that we haven't actually said is there is sometimes this weird conflation where we're ostensibly writing about parents and children, but the arc of it or the trope of it is actually more like we're writing about a breakup. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, this is most clear in BioShock Infinite, I guess, where it's sort of implied that Elizabeth and Booker might end up being lovers, but it's kind of half-assed and you're not sure why. And it turns out it's because they're actually father and daughter,
Yeah.
But just the fact that confusion is there, but it doesn't feel the need to do anything with it is weird. And I not that there's like an implied sexual relationship between Joel and Ellie. I don't think there is, but the way he reacts is more like the way a guy reacts to a breakup or a divorce, I think, in reality, than to losing a child.
Yeah,
So
like
it's like
once burned, twice shy.
yeah.
Boy.
So
oh boy,
there's this
I'm in trouble.
there's this generalized version of man pain that just
Yeah.
gets projected onto whatever story is being told.
I hadn't thought about that yet, but that was actually I think that was my initial comment when I started playing the game was, I don't know, you said Ellie, so I don't know if you meant Sarah? Because when Sarah dies, he starts talking to her like the way you would talk to...
Oh, I just meant like whereas there is like some low key half-assed sexual tension during the game between Booker and Elizabeth. There isn't that with Joel and Ellie. I was just making that clear.
No,
I'm
not
saying
Ellie,
it's creepy in that way.
but you're reminding me that there was a weird moment with Sarah. Where
You're right.
like,
The "don't do this to me, baby" moment.
yeah, like I mean,
Yeah.
Again, it's just more of like a personal anecdotal thing, but I can't imagine saying that to my dying child, like putting the onus on death to them. You know what I mean? Like,
Sure.
I mean, I can kind of understand like in a moment of grief saying that to like a lover, where it's like don't go, like you have
You
that
promised you'd
expectation.
never leave, kind of thing.
Yeah,
but a
to a
child didn't make that promise.
It's a weird thing to say. Yeah, like
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
do this to me, baby. Like like it's just. And I do remember that moment being like, oh, that's kind of maybe not creepy, but it, like you said, it's a weird. Oh my god, I think I need to be rolling towards him because this is nuts.
Yeah, dodge toward. Yeah, things could be going worse, but they could also be going better.
Oh, I know what's going weird. I need to focus on the shade.
Ooh, that's not what I wanted to have happen to me. I'm gonna see if I can kill the shade. Okay.
Out of Estus, so if I
Same.
heal, it's gonna be. All right. Oh no, missed. Yeah, they resync. Okay, thank you, Anri. All right, let's get some licks in here.
Ooh, he got me. He got me.
All right. Well, we'll see how this goes.
Timed my weapon art all wrong. All kinds of wrong. Every shade and color of wrong.
Oh Lord. Everyone just gets to hear me suffer now.
I do feel a little bad shitting on The Last of Us because The Last of Us 2 is getting a kind of bad attention. I'm not sure has a lot to do with the game itself.
I have that hang up too. Did
Yeah.
I think I already mentioned that I don't like. I mean, I like when people agree with me that something's bad, and I don't feel like I'm crazy. But I don't like when something I don't like people dislike for the wrong reasons. I'm like, oh god, is it going to sound like I'm in that camp?
Right. Yeah, we should be clear. Yeah, none of this has to do with like because there is Yeah, there's a group of people who don't like The Last of Us 2 because there is a trans person in it, or a girl has muscles in it, or whatever. We're not sympathetic to that point of view. And if you're
Not at all.
starting, if you are and you're starting to feel welcome here, please don't. I mean, you're welcome here, but that point of view is not acknowledged as valid.
Yes. Agreed.
Come hang out, but know that nope.
Success, by the way.
Nice, well done.
Farewell, Ashen One.
We're 2 hours in. I don't know if this is a good stopping point because the next area is insane.
Yeah, I mean,
One thing I was going to say that divides this next area is just getting to the next bonfire might be worth our time because it's kind of worth rushing, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, then let's do that before we break, if that works for you.
Yeah, I'm totally down. I'm pretty sure we can do that in the next 30 minutes. But yeah, so to those of you, again, who have not played this game, the next area is, without question, the highest, I guess, invasion area.
Yes. In fact, before there was a proper PvP arena, this area where I'm standing right now was where there was an informal fight club.
Right.
Where people would just summon and obey the rules of engagement of their own volition and on their own reconnaissance.
Okay, just need to come into your world, so let me just allot my Estes again. Oh yeah, I got a bone shard.
Oh yeah, I should shard my bone real quick too.
Shard it. Leaning towards more of a balance thing here. I'm wondering. Oh no, it doesn't make much of a difference.
So yeah, anyway, I think the original reason I brought up Naughty Dog was really just because of their extreme version of the point of view that it's possible to like shepherd someone through an interactive experience in a way that is basically the same for everyone. And I think it works better in a certain sense with Nathan Drake, where as you said, the whole point is sort of to not think about it.
Yeah.
And rub your nose in the themes, and like the dissonance is sort of built in. That's a lot easy. You can pull that off a lot better than you can in a situation where the whole point is to think about themes and for you to feel the emotional weight of the things you're doing. Like if you want the player to feel drawn in to making difficult decisions, they have to actually be drawn in. And there's always going to be something a little bit weird about if they're aware on some level that they had no decision. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
Like you can't really do the "you monster, I can't believe you did that" when the player is aware at all times that they couldn't have done anything else. You know, I think people who feel the tension or the dissonance a lot, that's sort of what they're actually talking about, you know?
Right.
And like, I don't know, this tradition is old as the hills. I mean, like there are even movies where there's sort of a textual thing about like, you're an asshole for watching this, you know?
Yeah. Yorshka's spear is funny. It's basically a halberd, but a spear.
Mm-hmm.
Does strike damage. I don't know if that would be worth my time. Oh, because I have the Crucifix of the Mad King. That's right. So it's not as valuable.
Do you feel like these games, in one way or another, tell you you're an asshole for playing them? Do they go into that camp? They certainly belong in the tradition of games that feel bad in some ways on purpose. You know, disempowerment, you know, at least on the way to empowerment, you're disempowered more than usual in a big mainstream game. But are they also in the camp of games that say, you monster?
I never get the impression that it feels like... Oh, excuse me. I never get the impression that it feels like you're supposed to have that realization. I mean, it's funny in the sense of like, I mean, I'm using funny like kind of loosely. How in which game is it?
Not funny, haha, funny, boohoo.
Now in Shadow of the Colossus, it's like, you know, you have that moment where it's like, you know, am I the baddie?
Right, right.
The game feels a little bit like that because, you know, your motivations are a little unclear, and you're definitely being
Manipulated.
manipulated. Yeah, I was gonna say by forces unseen to you, but no, I don't know that the game has
Yeah.
never felt like bad to play to me.
I
In
think
that sense.
there are moments
because you never get a sense of any sort of like otherwise benevolent force in these games, right?
Right. Yeah,
and it
you're
never
not.
forces you to make that choice. Like I'm trying to think of like people who might be seen as like kind of like in this game. Shoot, I forgot her name, but the miracle giver, who is blind. Like
Mhm.
there's no incentivization to like kill her. So, and you know the game wouldn't necessarily rub your nose in it. Like, oh well, you know you did this to do this. So, like it's a thing you can do, but
Right, that's true. The game doesn't wallow in. I mean, like there are moments of it, like we talked about the old Demon King, where at the end of the fight, he's spent. You know.
yeah.
There's moments like that where it's like, oh shit, like am I this thing that I found so intimidating or that I felt like such a badass for defeating, like am I really that much of a badass, or is this just like, am I, you know, a big fish in a little pond that is the last gasp of a dying world or a dying age,
Right.
Like there's but I feel like that's less
Oh,
about
shoot.
that's not super great. So faithful best waifu, that's not an NPC, right?
That is not it. Do you want to rush the?
Yeah, let's rush.
Kind of in a bit of a situation here. So
Ooh, here's faithful best waifu.
here's the fog wall. Oh, yep. I turned my camera right. She ran up on me.
That's the fog wall with the thingy.
Yeah, but at this point, with her right there, it's not a good situation.
Ooh, and there's the other guy. Ooh, boy. Hey, ho. Hey, with the shay, with the whoa, with the what.
How's it going?
You know, could be worse, could be better. Oh, you healed. Oh, you're that kind of person. Now we know what kind of person you are. Ooh, hey. I just can't get an opening. I just can't get the camera to cooperate. Okay, I'm dead.
I am back at the place doing the thing.
Oh, it's Aldrich Faithful Best Waifu. The person's name
Yeah.
is just Best Waifu. Okay. What were you saying, love? I did become a pillar when I died. I died the way I lived. I became what I always was. A pillar. So yeah, I mean, like, you're right about something really important, I think, which is that the U monster move assumes that at some point the player thought they were the hero in some uncomplicated way.
Yeah.
And I think these games don't really do that. You're always sort of down in the muck right from the beginning. Like things might be worse or in a different context than you thought, but there's not that switcheroo of like, oh, you thought this was a simple story, you got another thing coming there, happy pants, you know.
Yeah.
It doesn't do the BioShock thing, which I guess to be fair to BioShock, there are a lot of context clues that something bad is happening and the tone is not outwardly heroic, but it nonetheless does think its two twists are extremely clever and earned in a way that, you know, mileage does vary for people.
What's the second one?
Well, the Would You Kindly. The first one is Atlas being not what he seems to be. The second twist is...
Oh, that's funny. I always conflate them. But yeah, I guess I could see that.
This is what people forget when people talk about the... I'll say it. I'll say it unafraid. I'll say slurs on the radio. Ludonarrative dissonance. What
Right,
Clint
that's the thing. We'll come back and deal with
Hawking
these guys
was...
later.
Yeah, totally. Clint Hawking was not talking about Would You Kindly at all. He was talking purely about the Atlas twist when he coined that term.
All right. Down the ladder.
Because from his point of view,
You go
it was a dick move to, you know, have the player have to play along with this guy who obviously has a silly voice and isn't really trustworthy. And you're like, well, I want to play the game, so I'll go along with it. And then the game goes, ah ha ha, you went along with it, you moron.
Do the left one first, because I think we can get him. Yeah, we can aggro. Oh, no, you went too far right. Now we got to deal with both.
I regret nothing. Ooh, I regret everything.
I regret a lot.
Ugh.
Oh,
that
hurt.
You got a beast problem in your basement. Here's your problem.
Gonna run for a moment.
Ooh, I got smashed. And Bastion crashed.
Could not hit this one. Oh, and he hit me.
Oh, I'm
The camera's my enemy right now.
yeah, right.
Oh, lightning! Run! Well, at least we've divided their attention. That's good.
Yeah, no, it's going all right. Ooh, I need to heal because he'll kill me if he hits me again. Okay. Whew.
Oh, I'm dead.
No, don't die. You gave up, skeleton. Oh, that's lightning. That's not what anyone wants. Oh, that third hit should have hit.
Trying to think.
I'm so confused. Oh, he bit me and picked me up. Okay.
Okay, what you could do is try to climb the ladder, and I could put my sign down there.
Nah, I mean, I'm dead.
Oh.
We're trying it again. We're doing it live.
Yeah, this area is a little iffy. But getting that bonfire is
I didn't get my
important.
blob. Oh, well.
Oh, shoot.
That's all right.
Wasn't a boss blob.
No, I had spent things. It was more than I wish I'd lost, but oh well. I'm a fool. I'm a dumbass, Mr. Grinch. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. The thing about like games that tell you you're an asshole for playing them, or the you monster trope, has been on my mind because I wrote a thing about it a little while ago. When I was
Yes, I read it. I enjoyed it.
Why, thank you.
The one thing I was a little unclear about is just, so as a tool, do you feel like it doesn't work at all, or you just feel like the greater examples are not good examples of that?
No, I feel like the most famous examples are maybe not the most effective examples, because I think what makes it effective is if it's a twist not just on the plot but on the theme. You know, so like spoilers for the original Nier, everybody. I gave that example, but I kind of didn't elucidate because I didn't want to be any more spoilery than I had to be in that piece, doing that dance as per usual. But basically, in that game, you don't care about this, right? You don't care about being spoiled on Nier 1. No. There is a remake coming, so if you want to be spoiled, if you don't want to be spoiled, you know, go make a cup of coffee real quick. I'll be quick about it. Basically, you are trying to rescue either your daughter or your little sister, depending on which version you're playing, from this scary guy named Shadow Lord. And
okay, I drew one, so let's
cool,
back up.
Perfect.
We fight him in a smaller area, but at least it's just one.
Yeah.
And there's two of us. So you're fighting Shadow Lord, you said?
Shadow Lord. So you get to Shadow Lord at the end of your first playthrough, and Shadow Lord basically looks like you, right? Like you, but kind of like glowy and red. So what turns out to be the deal with this world is that at some point there was a horrible plague, and there was no way for human bodies to survive the plague. So the solution we came up with was that we figured out a way to separate souls from... Aw, I killed him, but he killed me.
I don't remember if they stay permadead.
Well, we're about to find out. They... So we figured out a way to separate human souls from human bodies. We made bodies called replicants. So every person got split into a gestalt, like a soul without a body, and a replicant, like an android body that couldn't get sick. You with me so far? Because it is a weird notion and it's kind of great.
Yes. Sorry.
So basically, so it turns out
does the same thing. She's like, "Can you just say yes or something so I know you're listening?"
The rank and file. Well, I also can't see what you're doing right now, so I didn't know if you were like in Gear World. But so like so it turns out the rank and file enemies you've been killing are probably the gestalts of people. And that's a bit of a you monster moment, right? And you've been getting context clues anyway. They've been dropping things that are called like old school book and like shit like that. But it turns out Shadow Lord is your gestalt, is you, in fact, is the other half of you, and is just trying to rescue your daughter or little sister for the exact same reason you are. So like, that's a good twist, right? Because like, not only does your villain have a sympathetic goal, your villain literally has the same goal you do, but your goals are still mutually exclusive. So
Yeah.
like the theme of the game is like, in order to go on a killing spree, you don't have to be crazy. You just have to be absolutely sure you're right. And so like that is a very cool way to illustrate that, right? Like he's literally your shadow. He's like the flip side of you in a much more like literal, but also much more profound way than you thought, right? The twist in BioShock, say, doesn't really have that much going on with it, right? Like, what does it really change, really? You know, like you already like it's just sort of like it thinks it's like mechanically or like narratively reinforcing something that was already mechanically true, which is you're just doing what you're told. But like it, I guess it's kind of cool as a meta commentary about video games, but in the world, it doesn't really change anything, you know?
Yeah. No, I mean that's why I was curious because
Yeah.
no, I would agree with that. Like it works as a sort of meta tool and one of the more well-known early examples of it. And I think you bring up a good point. It doesn't really change a whole lot about the themes. I was just more curious about like if like I said, by virtue of the fact that it uses that tool, you don't like I said, you don't like the tool or you don't like.
I think it's a really hard thing to use in a straightforward way post companion cube. You know, like I think I said like Portal kind of should have been the Blazing Saddles moment for that trope. Like it should be really hard to do it with a straight face. after Portal did like a better version of it that also kind of pantsed the silliness of it. You know.
Oh, we're almost done. And then you can get the
Yeah.
bonfire. Although now we are stuck here.
Yeah,
by virtue
true.
of the fact that we got invaded. This is a very funny area.
I actually can't light it.
Okay, so then my follow-up question would be, because I think you touched on it on your article.
So I don't think it's an invalid move to use the trope. I just think when you use it as though you're unaware
as like
of
exclusively
Portal,
meta commentary.
or just like when you use it with no self-awareness, when you think it's still, when you play it like this is the first time the player has ever seen it. You know what I mean? That is definitely
I don't know
weird.
what just happened.
Oh, how'd you die?
I think he's hacking.
Ooh, that's not great.
Because that was very strange. It was like a spell that did not touch me, and I just died. So definitely don't pick up anything he drops, but you
Yeah.
might just die.
All right.
I think hacking is a thing in this game, but I've never seen it. Also, what just popped up? Send Phantom Note?
I saw if the black separation crystal would do anything. I didn't actually select you though.
Yeah, so he dropped. Yeah, he's for sure hacking because he dropped down from the top and didn't die. And I know from experience that the Silver Cat ring at that height still won't save you.
Right.
And then he just used a magic spell that just one-shotted me. So I mean, it's up to you. You can just try fighting him and then see what shenanigans he pulls. But yeah, this is what he did.
Yeah, he one-shotted me. I was gonna see if I could get out of there and die from something other than him, because sometimes hackers, the attacks actually do weird shit. I don't know about 3. In 1, they had like this weird thing where it could de-level you.
Yeah.
I just don't really want to fuck with that.
Well, this works insofar as I have to summon you to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
It's funny we were talking about like Iggy being a weird playstyle. Why would you want to hack in this game? Like what? Just cuz?
Yeah.
I mean, hacking in general is always kind of a weird thing to me anyway. But like outside of, outside of non-co-op, like, if you're just playing a one-player game and you want to just play through the game like as a, I guess in Doom it was called God mode. Like I can understand that, but like hacking to mess with people, that's like the Iggy philosophy taken to its extreme.
Right.
Like
yeah.
Literally just want to ruin people's day, I guess.
Yeah, I have never really understood the joy of just making other people annoyed and sad. Lauren thinks it's because we're only children is why we don't get it. She's vigorously nodding right now. She's like, if you had an older sibling, you would totally get it. And she is currently poking me repeatedly while I say this. Hey,
So vindictive.
Hey, stop it. I don't get it. I don't get it. I will never understand it. You're cruising for a retribution and Yo. Yo. Yo.
Yarp.
Narp.
Oh. Oh, hey. One of those guys in the front of the ladder. I'm not quite sure what his
Oh,
game
he's
plan
doing
is.
he's got 2 ice cream cones and it's a problem. I'm gonna see if I can get down there without.
If you make it to the ladder, they shouldn't follow you.
Yeah, I think that's what's happening.
It's like out of bounds for them. Come here, dude. All right, here comes the one.
Here come the pretzels.
Pleading for some kind of sanity. Wait, did one of them die?
One of the boys maybe. Yeah. Did he try to jump down?
I don't know. That was funny. I got a death thing. What? Why isn't he active?
Here we
Yeah, I
go.
ran away too quick. There we go. Oh, that is quite a move.
Ooh,
Oh,
so was
Lord. Why are they that strong?
that. That's not.
Watch out for lightning. Oh, that's different than what I remember. All right, come on. Come on, Mr. Bloodborne.
This ain't even your game. She doesn't even go here. Problem is when they look like Bloodborne beasts, I want to parry them, and then
Right.
that's not how this goes. That went quite well, all things considered.
Huh. Don't they usually have an item? Am I crazy?
I don't think they did for me.
Huh. Should be. For some reason, I thought I remembered one of them having oh
Yeah.
no. Fur's 135th run.
I can't parse anything about what that name means.
Oh. Oh, lightning.
Oh boy.
We're almost done. There we go. Ring of Favor.
Oh, right. When you kill both of them, you get the Ring of Favor. That's right.
Then once again, we are here. So we climb the ladder.
So why couldn't I? Oh, because it was because he was hacking, probably, that I couldn't light the thing.
Oh, you couldn't light your bonfire?
No.
Oh.
I mean, the things are dead, so it's not a
Oh,
huge
hi.
deal to run back now.
Hello.
Hello, friend.
No. 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 We're
Aw.
down here now.
This is where you live. Welcome to down here. What is your plan, bro?
Just to run and be a nuisance. This actually happened with me and another friend. That or just eventually make their way back to the
They're trying to go for the ladder.
ladder. Yeah. I got more throwing knives.
Ooh, my controller just died. That's not great
Uh-oh.
timing. I'm going to be silent for a second.
Big. All right. I will protect your body, I suppose. This is my friend. What are they using? Oh, the twin blades. Oh Lord. I see. Yeah. Oh. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Blue puke. Ah,
Forgot how long I played Ooblets yesterday, so my
yeah.
controller had less charge than I thought. Okay. I'm now
I mean, we can
standing
call
in
it.
front
I'm
of
just
my
getting double
TV.
teamed by two
Yeah.
Aldrich faithful.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. So I'll be dead soon, probably. Yeah, they're just double teaming me. I'm sure they'll gloat about it afterwards. Yep, pointing down.
This is probably a topic for another day. The whole just like, I don't know, man. You and I were born without whatever gene. It's not just the not wanting to troll. It's like I don't even give that much of a shit about like winning shit. Like competition just isn't my jam, you know? And like for some people it's like life's blood.
I mean, I am for sure competitive with certain things, but yeah, I couldn't. I don't know that I've stopped to really think about what it is that, um, like why I would be competitive in something else and not, other things, as it were.
Yeah, I guess just like on a gut level, I have this like weird sanguine thing of like, like someone beats me at something and like, if it was a good match, it's like, oh, cool, they did that thing. I have learned something today. You know what I mean? Like, there's none of that. Like, I don't know, man. Like some people just like it is such a negative experience to lose. And I know, like in Lauren's case, it's because she was traumatized by youth sports.
Yeah,
And I think for a lot of people, that's probably what it is. But I think it maybe goes deeper than that for some people.
yeah, I don't know. For me, it's I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think about like that exchange. Like, it's two people. I'm not good enough at this game. Like, I don't have like a specialized build to really deal with it. So,
Mm-hmm.
um, there's no part of me that like felt like I could win anyway.
Right,
so,
right, right.
so,
But it's like, I guess what I mean is like there for a certain kind of competitive player, the meta is requisite because like the goal
oh right,
isn't the
right,
goal
right.
isn't to be good per se. The goal is to win. That's the
Yeah.
thing that I
So
can't relate to. Like I totally get wanting to be really good at a thing you really enjoy. That makes all the sense in the world to me. I'm not committed enough to do it in most cases, but
yeah,
you don't have to draw me a map. But that like win at any cost spirit is something that like I don't understand how you come to believe that the things you're doing have high enough stakes to make that a valid mindset. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah. No, and I was gonna say I would agree with that. I don't really understand that. That doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me either. Like,
I'm gonna see if I can light my bonfire. We'll see how this goes while we're
I mean,
talking.
part of it is content. Like, people do feed into that. Like, I don't
Mm-hmm.
know if either of those guys are streamers, but sometimes part of it is just like, watch me like lol own noobs, or like I'm gonna use this specialized build to show how powerful it can be, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't, I couldn't tell you when it's that and when it's not. You know what I
Right.
mean?
But I guess that's sort of like my point too. Is like I can't imagine watching that stream and giving a shit. Like, who cares?
Right. Right. Um.
Why would owning noobs be fun to watch? I like it's for me. It's fun to watch someone do something hard, not something easy
Yeah.
repeatedly.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess so. Yeah. In that sense, I'm with you. I have no
Yeah.
idea.
No, and I'm not just being like these guys are dumb because they're different than us. I just mean like I just like I try to understand people, but that's just a thing I do not get. So I still can't light this bonfire.
That means you've been invaded. You can't light it even.
Can't even light it. Do I need to do something with the guy in the corner before I can light it?
No, the only requisite, as far as I know, is
The beasts.
that guy was hacking when he was invading. I'm wondering. I don't think he could have done something to.
Oh, there we go. Now it works for no reason.
Wait, what?
It just, now I went back to it and I was able to rest at it.
Oh.
Something glitchy was going on. I don't know.
That is really strange.
All seems to be well all over the place. But yeah, I mean, like, I totally get competition. But the idea of...
You totally get it?
Well, no, I don't totally get it. I understand it intellectually, even though I don't understand it viscerally. I don't claim to be mystified by it. You know what I mean? But the idea, like the version of it I get would have to require it to be something like a good match or a fair fight. You know, the idea of seeking out easy victories. Like, I guess I get it, just like the dopamine rush. But like, you know, like some people just like they start out in PvE and then they need a harder drug. But I don't know. Like, it's weird to me to think that the illusion that you're doing something worthwhile could maintain for that long, you know?
Yeah. No, I don't even think it's... I mean, I guess now we're just waxing philosophical at the end of our video, but...
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't... It's just... I think it's just the bottom line is it's something I'll never really understand.
Mm-hmm.
So...
I wonder how much of it is just like most people are joiners deep down. So I wonder if like part of the way this game and like any game with PvP and like factions feeds into it is just like the idea of, yeah, we're the blue team or whatever, you know? There's the idea of like me and my boys, like stomping noobs is inherently more interesting if the noobs are the other guys and we're the cool boys. We all hang out and crack brewskis and we have matching jackets and everyone thinks we're cool.
Yeah. I'll never know.
Yeah, we need someone on here who gets it. I mean, Lauren can get on mic sometime maybe, but because Lauren gets it gut level. But it is literally like it was drilled into her as a child that like winning things for its own sake was very important, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, unless we have anything. Oh yeah, you have to buy the key. I think we need to call it. I don't know how much more time either of us has. I'm just once we get going, the next thing is
takes a minute, yeah.
Takes a minute.
More about you than me. I'm pretty flexible today.
I mean, I could no one is stirring, so I could ostensibly keep going. I'm kind of just trying to be more sensitive to the fact that once things do get moving, it might get loud on my end.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we had the sounds of family last time, and it wasn't like.
You know what? Yeah, let's just keep playing. I'm enjoying this.
Let me grab a chair since I've redone I'm literally standing right now, so let me. I mean, maybe this is good for me. You know what? Sure, standing desk. Silicon Valley. Let's do it. So we going back to the Pontiff Sullivan bonfire? Or are we doing Water Reserve?
You can do Water Reserve.
Okay.
My sign's down.
Your scene is dune. I don't know why I said I'm literally standing. Like I could have been figuratively standing.
Yeah. What hill you want to die on today, man? The one that says that you monster twist is stupid?
I mean, that's a gross oversimplification of my nuanced argument, but
that was the joke. All right, so we could kind of rush this area again. I guess what we should do is, now that we have this bonfire, is kind of work our way through a little. There's another shortcut. We didn't kill the Drang boys.
We didn't. Sure is a long ladder, Metal Gear Solid 3.
All right. Come on, can I drop on one? Oh man. Let's see. Huh?
Very nice.
Great. Oh, yeah, spears too.
This Adam Driver looking motherfucker.
We killed your buddy. What are you gonna do about
That.
it?
All right, the fire.
Hooray!
We did it. Doesn't he drop something? I guess only his friend does.
No, they both should.
No, only Kylo Ren dropped something.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Look where he was standing. There should be an item.
Nothing.
Huh.
Maybe
you
I
pick it
got.
up?
Maybe I just scrolled through it real quick.
It should be the twin hammers. Because that's where you get both of those weapons.
I got the twin blades for sure. I'll check whether I got the hammers once we're not dealing with Happy Pants
Hello.
over here.
Hello from our Philharmonie.
Philharmonie.
Should we...
Is that a washing
what's the
pole?
deal? Oh, it is. I never see anyone using that. Don't quite know what there's an item over here. If you want to get it. Iggy? I don't know. Did you get the item?
Nope.
I think it's gonna Iggy? I can't tell.
Can't tell. Can't tell. Be my Iggy.
I think he did run up. Which we could do.
I have one more seed of the giant tree, so ooh. Right, arrows. It's that part of the game.
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna go inside and then use
I'll
the
run
seed.
up.
Oh good, too.
No, they're just coming.
The hits
I'll
keep
run up
on
and
coming.
see if I can deal with these guys.
We must deal with them.
Yep, here's the boy.
What? How do you drop on me? These hitboxes, I swear to God.
Yep. Did you use the seed?
Yep.
Oh, because, yeah, he's getting hit, but I died. I can come up to you? How's it going on your end? Looks
Yeah,
like
not
I'm probably
great.
like 5 seconds behind, but you're about to have 2 of them unless the other one gets got by the Silver Knights.
Yep, he got. Dark Spirit destroyed.
Nice. All right, let me see if I can come up there.
Just need to heal. Oh. I do not understand these hitboxes. I will someday, but it is not this day.
Oh, did you die?
I did.
Okay. Well, I'm already up the ladder, so I'll put my sign at the top of the ladder.
That's fine. That's fine.
This is a very long ladder.
Get ready for more of that thrilling ladder-based gameplay that you came here to see, everybody. Don't you like ladders?
Don't summon me just yet, by the way.
Okay.
Trying to deal
I
with
mean, don't
Dragon
worry.
Boy.
I'm still on the ladder. Okay. I am at the top of the ladder, and I'm about...
Oh, whoa. Maybe I do want to try these twin hammers.
Yeah. I am enkindlated. Let me know
I
when
mean,
you...
twin spears. Dragon twin spears. That's so weird. My guy's gone too, but I swear he drops those
I don't know, man.
Dragon twin hammers.
Sounds like a lie you made up to hurt me.
Those gold Dragon twin hammers. You can summon me whenever.
How about now?
Perfect. What's up with these Dragon twin spears? More decks.
What's their deal? Do they stab things? Let's find
Yeah,
out.
they stab things. Yeah, they stab things. They have charge too, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
And here we go.
So let's see. We definitely got to go up.
I remember the way forward being across this rooftop, right?
We gotta run up, yeah.
So we're doing a bit. It's Anor Londo again. Again, for those who didn't play Dark Souls 1, there's a fairly infamous like a thinner roof than this that you've got to run along while guys are shooting arrows at you.
Oop. Whoa.
That was weird.
Okay, well, that's one. I think there's ashes over here too. God, with the arrows and the stabbing. Farewell. Oh, he's alive.
Oh, that's rude of him.
Hmm.
Easterner's ashes.
Oh, spicy boy.
It's a McElroy reference, right?
I'm not sure.
They did like a change.org petition to officially rename fire ants Spicy Boys,
Oh, I did not hear about that.
if I'm remembering
There's
this
lots
correctly.
of silver knights. I don't know where
Oop.
Spicy Boy is. Oh,
Oh, hey,
you didn't really need to fight him. That was my bad.
Well, you know, we're committed now.
One pokey. Now dead. Oh, here's the boy. And he's got, oh, meta boy. What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
What you want?
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, that's what he wants to
No
do.
bowing, so he's probably going to kite.
Whoop.
Oh, straight sword meta user. Huh. Huh. Huh.
Oh. No, get him.
No, I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
That's not what I like.
I'm sick of the Swiss.
He's sick of the Swiss. What?
Ow. Whoa. Easy there, Fuzzy Man
What?
Peach. Oh. I am sad.
I do not get how that worked. He wasn't even facing me, as far as I could tell. I guess he like jerked around real quick and then was just like perfect on the parry timing. It's a good trick.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I mean, parry's a big thing. It's a big thing. It's what they do. It's what they do. My sign is at the top of the stairs again.
Okay, I'll see you in 15 to 20 minutes.
Stairs? Ladder. Ladder.
A ladder is like, you know, the logical endpoint of stairs.
It's a ladder of stairs with none of that horizontal nonsense.
If stairs would only fucking commit, they'd all be ladders.
Exactly. Good morning, sweetheart. My daughter's awake.
Good morning. I don't know. She probably can't hear me, so please say that
She
to her
cannot
just like
hear
that.
you. Uncle Drew said, "Good morning." She would like me to tell you that she has said good morning.
Excellent. The good mornings have been exchanged. I owe her a text. I will send her a text when we are done here.
Alrighty, take 4?
I don't count. Yes, I do. It's take...
Of all the things in this game, it's funny to me that they never included a death counter. That would have been very fun.
Yeah. There's... I don't know if you noticed in Dark Souls 2, that big monument in Majula is a universal death counter. It's the number of deaths total for all players across...
Oh my god.
Yeah.
No. I need to look into that now, though.
It's pretty entertaining. It's in the hundreds of millions, I think.
Oh my god. I mean, that would make sense. Oh my lord.
Rah. Ooh, I didn't think I could get got there, but sure enough. Just gotta grab my blob.
Oh, I made a terrible mistake, but a spear sticking out of my head. Come closer. Come closer. There we go. Alright. Now if you must deal with this one. Oh, Mr. Fancy Boy.
Parrying Silver Knights is something I've been doing since forever.
Did you get the ashes?
I did, yeah.
There might actually be an item at the bottom of there. Oh, let's just do it real quick. Oh, God.
Oh, boy.
I love that their arrows are, like, for all intents and purposes, just spears.
Yeah. And they're not, like, they're big, but they're not, like, big enough to justify that conceit.
Oof. Alright. Be nice to have that great heal.
You're pretty low on health, by the way, in case you weren't aware.
What was it? Was it worth it?
Large shard, so no.
I mean, that's, like, kind of worth it.
I'm in that chunk life with this weapon, so.
Oh, gotcha. Diminishing returns.
I'm in chunk life IRL too, but you know. Speaking of, make some breakfast soon.
Oh yeah. I've been up since 3.
Wow.
Yeah, Grayson had to use the bathroom, and then Diego decided to just not be cool with me being awake. He wanted
Dude.
Mom. I made the error of asking Kimberly to take him to the bathroom. I should have just done it. Diego did not like being moved.
Aw.
And he made his displeasure known.
As babies will.
Yes, as they are wont to do. Ooh. Oh!
That
That's not a thing you can parry.
got kind of lightning-y. Backstab, though.
Oh, I got shot. How am I still alive?
I'm gonna go for the archer boy.
Yeah, please.
God damn it, archer.
Probably parry this guy. Nope, not that time. But this time. Oh, nope, not that time.
Ooh, can't parry that. Okay. Hujima.
Oof.
Nope.
Jeez,
No.
these Silver Knights are so sweaty. Oh boy, I'm dead.
You meant that like you're, ooh boy, not feeling good about your chances, or like you're dead? Oh, okay.
No,
I see.
I'm dead. I'm very
Understood.
dead.
Everything is understood.
It is you that exists now.
I'm gonna run ahead here. I don't remember what's in this room. Oh, it's not my salvation. That's an ember. That's death. That's a switch.
There's a fog wall back there that you missed.
Oh yeah. Like in the room with the statues.
Mm-hmm. Give you one guess where it is.
I'm gonna guess the statue.
Mm-hmm.
I used
Wonder
that.
if I should just run ahead to you.
Well, so this, I mean, you know, again, this is we're doing a bit. This is Dark Souls 1. This is where you would have, if you sinned horrifically and decided to kill Darkson Gwendolyn, this was the room where you did so.
The room where you did so. Oh, Lord. You Silver Knights. Oh. Be interesting. I'm just kind of running ahead.
What is the
but
point of this room in 3? I don't remember at all.
That's where you would be married to Anri.
Oh, that's right.
It's funny, they don't want to seem to chase me, so I guess that's good.
That's interesting too. That like do the Londor kids know that? I guess how would they?
Yeah, I couldn't say.
Because like, you know, like someone doing subterfuge against Gwyn's family, the black sheep of the family or whatever, would be an interesting deity, an interesting powerful personage for you know the Hollows of Londor to associate themselves with, I suppose.
Right. Okay, I think I can come back to you, but I don't know if there's still Silver Knights waiting for you.
I'm now in the Twisty Tower.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let me me see.
I'm remembering this right. I can
Oh,
get
we missed
to
a shortcut.
I mean, I could come back.
Might be the good thing to do.
Can't remember how to get to that bonfire with what's her name? One of Gwen's other illegitimate children.
Oh, I know where to get that. It's a, I think a first for the series, an invisible ground.
Oh, that's right. Well, in Dark Souls 1, there's the big crystal cave thing. That's a rather prominent invisible ground.
I guess that's true.
All right, so I lit the next bonfire where it just straight up says Anor Londo, and everyone goes, "What?" But let me come back to you.
I might die.
That would be so like you.
Not going well. I'm dead.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna see if this invisible ground's where I remember it. Then
I gotta go get my blob.
let me help you. Hang on, I'll warp back to the zone. Let me just see this real quick.
I'm wondering if it actually might be better to just go get it. Because if I summon you, it just invites invaders. Because I'd be enkindled.
Your call. Yeah, that's where the invisible ground is.
Yeah, just keep doing your thing. You got the bonfire up top, though, right?
I did, yeah. And now
Okay,
I got this one.
Well, just because once you get that one, I don't think there's any way back.
Well, I could always warp to the other bonfire. Also, can't you just turn the twisty mabob back?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All I meant is just like where you are now.
I know what you're saying. Yeah,
back
totally,
up to that.
That's right.
The thing.
Name thyself, stranger.
Yeah, so she looks a lot like
I
Priscilla.
am Yorshka, captain of the Dark Moon.
I mean, for all intents and purposes, man.
And the Blades of the Dark Moon were Gwendolyn's covenant in 1.
Yeah. I mean, I think she's basically another illegitimate child. She says Father Gwyn. I don't think she's being metaphorical, but I can't recall.
Captain, to this night I will grant thee purpose.
There's no sin in this, right? If you leave a covenant, nothing bad happens.
Thus journeyed
As far as I
forth.
know.
Hear my voice. If thou shalt swear by the covenant to become a shadow of Father Gwyn and Sister Guinevere, a blade
Okay.
that
Let's
shall
get
hunt
this
the
blob.
foes of our lords, then I place thee under the aegis and the power of the Dark Moon. Thou art now a blade of the Dark Moon, the only knight of our company. Swear this oath and face thy solemn duty. Oh,
All right.
if I can provide thee succor. Long ago, our father Gwyn, lamenting the waning of the fire, became cinder of his own will. Now, the fire is linked by the champions who have come in his stead. Such is the will of Father and the gods. And so the Dark Moon Knights took arms to watch over those who link the fire. But long ago, our company lost its last proper knight. Only its covenant was preserved to this day, until the time of thy visit.
We're just seeing some Yorshka dialogue here.
Yep.
May I pose the
That's why I wasn't really saying anything.
This prison.
Heirdom taketh many forms indeed is another theme of the game, now that I think about it.
Which is long unmoving. So, by what path didst thou here ascend? Art thou a creature of the air? Or other winged thing?
Oh, so what are the consequences of lying to her and telling her you can fly? Or I guess not lying, because I guess we sort of did. I don't remember what this choice affects, though.
I don't think it really affects anything. She's
No, of
naive,
course
so
not.
it just,
Forgive my
Yeah.
prying.
you know.
Think no more on mine asking. I'm ashamed to say I know.
I
very
think I'm
little.
with this character, and I think my first playthrough, I just always was like trying to be truthful.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Of
I
so
got the
silly the
shortcut.
Yeah, she's great, because she's like, I mean, she is like a demigod, but she's naive, right? Like that's another theme, I guess, of the whole series is like not being able to see the whole truth, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where are you at?
I am gradually making my way up.
You don't want help though, because people are gonna attack you and hite you and
well,
pinch you.
I already got my blub. I was just thinking, probably the thing that would make the most sense is for you to just go back to. Oh, I don't really need that. Because yeah, you're gonna have to climb that ladder again.
I mean, I've done it before.
It's so obnoxious. I mean, I got my blob.
But that's a hell of a gauntlet to do.
I mean, I already did it.
So
Some of it, I should say. Oh, you warped to Anor Londo? Yeah, I'll come to you. Give me a second. This is gonna take a moment. This is exciting content.
I did miss something down there, though. Missed some stuff down there.
Yes.
Oh, I have a bunch of souls. I'll go spend them real quick. Souls.
That is my next goal, so that I can have the great heal. So let's see. This room is probably magic stuff, huh? Oh, the brass helm. Who was that again? That was... What was her name?
Whose name?
She's the one waiting for you in who's waiting in Anor Londo when you arrive in Dark Souls 1. She wears the brass set.
Oh yeah, but she's one of the firekeepers. What was her name?
Oh, she is a firekeeper?
Mm-hmm.
Gracious. Passing fine ash thou'st given.
Firekeepers have armor?
This I only hope these
I mean, if you're gonna defend Anor Londo, be ready. Yeah, you think of firekeepers as sort of like, you know, witchy in their aesthetic, but that's, you know, it was just a role. I don't know if you caught that in Dark Souls 2. The old women in the hut are like former firekeepers. Like the job doesn't exist anymore. But
no, I actually had missed that now that you mention it.
If you talk to Millibeth, she'll explain that. That's what retirement looks like for firekeepers, I guess.
So then, if there's no firekeepers, so what is happening in Drang? Like, is that the end of the Age of Fire? Like, is there no dark? Like, because it doesn't seem like we're trying to kindle the first flame. I don't know. Maybe that'll come up later.
My best answer is kinda. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the theme is basically like that your choice in the first game on a long enough timescale can't have mattered. Because, you know, eventually someone will kindle the first flame, and eventually someone will take over the world, and eventually a kingdom will rise, and eventually a kingdom will fall. It's just a cycle, and it's more about figuring out where you fit into it.
Yeah. Anor Londo.
Whereas this one is like, all right, enough with the goddamn cycles. Now what? What does breaking the cycle actually look like, other than, you know, making Sekiro?
In the literal and meta sense,
right? Well, and even Sekiro, you know, the coolest endings have to do with breaking the cycle, right? Like that's a theme they've been pretty into lately.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I guess the worst ending is just more cycles.
Yeah, yeah. The word. I mean. Exactly. Yeah. The worst ending, yeah, is exactly the cycle of violence continues. You become wrath. There's that kind of ending in this too, right? The one where you kill the firekeeper. It's just like you accrue power for yourself, and that's that.
Hello, Yorshka.
It's still less fine because like the Shura ending, like it really drives the point home by it being like only it like that ending takes place 2/3 of the way through the game. You know what I mean? Like it is
Right.
like a foreclosure on a lot of other stuff. Whereas I'm trying to remember, there's the ending where you double kill your dad. That's kind of a cycle break, and then the one where you depart for the west with the divine child. Like that to me is the most cycle breaky.
That was the one I think that was the hardest to do. It requires the most.
It required a little bit less fighting, but a whole lot more talking to the right people at the right times, and you know.
Right.
You had to like overhear that whole ass conversation. It's the most complicated ending to get. I mean, I like arguably where you have to fight, you know, the owl father fight is, you know, anything that involves that has to be called the hardest thing, reasonably speaking, because that was quite a fight. Oh, hello, Silver Knights. Oh boy, can't parry that. No, sir, I can't.
No, that just smashes your head in, I believe.
Hmm.
They call that the brain basher.
Gwen loved his brain basher. Whoa, hey. Shabacha. Sheboygan. Great commentary here. This is what people tune in for.
Content. Oh, I slipped. Oh, and I lived. Perfect.
Living is good. I just love living.
All right. I just love living. So now.
So where are you? Can I help you get to where I am?
I am going to Anor Londo because I am there. So I am curious, though. Let me make sure we're still on track for Anri.
Oh, you think there's another step?
I just don't remember.
There's that other section where you access something like the upper areas of like above Pontiff Sullivan. There's like some stuff in those rooms. I just can't remember what.
I think it just has more to do with where she shows up.
Are you wikiing it?
Yorshka, order progress. Yeah, I'm just curious. Kill the pilgrim. Questline A becomes available. I've been watching too much What We Do in the Shadows, so I have Nandor's accent in my head. Guillermo.
I gotta watch that show.
It's quite fun. Pilgrim's done, baby. Oh my gosh. This is like super involved.
It's like chill out, Dark Souls.
Oh, so Anri's summoning sign will appear next to a prism stone in front of the large golden cathedral door in Anor Londo. Using this sign will cause you to be summoned as a phantom to help kill blank. This can be attempted any number of times, regardless of either your death or Anri's.
So should I be trying that right now while you're working your way here?
Do you see the sign?
Climbing the stairs right now.
Because the thing I'm wondering is if you can summon Anri for the fight, and so if you end the storyline, does that mean she is not available to summon?
This I don't know.
Fight?
So I do see the sign. Let's see what happens.
I mean, you're gonna fight the boss.
Oh. So yeah, so does that mean we can't fight the boss together?
No, we can. This is again, we were talking about, one of the themes of this game.
This is Anri's playthrough. This is like
exactly.
Yeah, okay. That's cool. And you get some extra info about what Aldrich is even. Whoa. I mean, Aldrich Devourer of Gods covers it pretty well, but it's like a relatively descriptive name. Especially since you see Aldrich currently devouring the god we've been talking about this whole time.
Yes. Oh, I am dead.
Oh, right, the arrow rain. Hope you like rolling.
I like all of the nods to the different people that Aldrich has devoured. So
Enumerate them.
Well, Gwendolyn is the most obvious.
Mm-hmm.
But he also what is Aldrich?
I feel like the crestfallen undead does refer to Aldrich using masculine pronouns, but maybe I'm wrong about that.
Yeah, I think you might be right. Aldrich also has uses Life Hunt Scythe, which means that he probably consumed
Priscilla. It's fucked up.
Yeah.
Priscilla, I mean, that's the, it's totally up to you, so it's not quite the you monster trope we were talking about, but you are a monster if you kill Priscilla. Priscilla just wanted the, ooh, I died. Priscilla just wanted to make a nice, comfy, cold, dark, very gentle world for all the misfits, and then you came and murdered everyone because you're just a real jerk.
Just the worst.
Just generally the worst. Because, like, even once you've gone on a rampage in her painted world, you can just let it go. Like,
yeah.
Oh, you can just immediately try it again. You don't even have to, like, rest at a bonfire.
No.
It's cool.
Not fam.
This is how I like to play games. Failure? Okay, just, I mean, try it again immediately.
Yeah.
Why would I want to do literally anything else?
I'm gonna go see if mine is available as well.
Ooh, the arrow rain. Hello, friend. Man, I am not playing well.
Alright, let's see how mine goes. I also want to play. So this is a bit of a novelty, I guess. We didn't really mention it before with when you did your Cirrus thing, but I don't think any of the other games you can answer an NPC's call, right?
There is sort of one exception in the first game. So if you let Lautrec of the Thorns kill the Firekeeper at Firelink, then you get this like special orb that in Anor Londo will summon you to kill her assassins and get her soul back. So it's like, it's still not quite the same thing because you're not answering a co-op call, you're answering like an invasion call. Mm-hmm. But it's kind of sort of the same-ish. But yeah, no, you're right. In this game, it's unique that you enter an NPC's, like the idea that NPCs even have shards of reality that are theirs is kind of a unique idea to this one.
Yeah.
I think, anyway.
I mean, I would say so.
I'm trying to think if there's an example in Bloodborne. I don't think there is. Whoa, 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 whoa! I chose the wrong time to buff my sword. I died. How about you? How you doing?
I am still fighting. Yep. Spear, she is fire now, and here come the arrows.
Didn't do terrible either time, but didn't do well enough to, win. Just gotta that big slash has to miss me. That's that's what I've been borking.
Miss me with that big slash.
Yes.
Oh. Oh. Oh, I definitely died. Now, I'm unsure about if we have to do this before we kill Aldrich in our world, so it might behoove us to just do it since we can do it now.
Ooh, whoa, 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 whoa. Hundreds of arrows. That just, I thought I was getting some good licks in, and then it became the Throne of Blood so quickly.
Just all the arrows.
Yeah. I got Washizu'd.
Literally all the arrows.
Good doors. Really good doors. I'm a huge, huge slut for doors whenever I'm traveling and looking at old buildings. And
Yeah?
oh yeah, door slut all the way.
I did not know that.
I don't always share them because I know people don't care as much as I do. But if you look at my camera roll, it's a lot of me in front of doors.
I was gonna say, I feel like I enjoy your Instagram photos when you're traveling. I don't recall seeing a lot of doors.
It's it's a shameful thing. I don't want to inflict my kink on people who haven't opted in.
What is it about doors specifically?
It's like it's a really good canvas. I mean, like in cathedrals and stuff, it was always a really. I mean, like they serve this literal function of like transitioning from space to space, and in a lot of religious buildings, that's super important, right? Like what takes place inside versus outside. So, besides the fact that they're just like beautifully made functional objects, like what someone chooses to depict as like the barrier between like, the mundane and the sacred world or whatever is totally fascinating to me.
Yeah. Oh boy. Got messed up. Messed up proper.
This could be going better. This could be going worse. That's
Same.
some arrows. That's all the arrows.
Hard
It's more
save for me.
arrows than one would wish.
Oh, it's so much dark.
Oh
Or
boy.
moonlight? I guess it's moonlight. It's not really dark.
It's deep, right?
I think dark and deep are the same thing.
I think deep is the
I'd have to
version.
watch that Vati video thing.
Deep is the version of dark that Aldrich wields, embraces, controls, wants there to be more of.
Oh, wow. Those arrows were on me.
What?
But I meant,
Oh.
I meant as far as it being an element. I think it's just moonlight.
It's a
magic.
flavor. Yeah, sure. Is
Like,
it
I
though?
mean, within the mechanics of the game. Because I don't think there's a deep thing. There's dark. There's magic.
Oh, sure. You mean like as a literal, like a damage type?
Right. That's
Yeah,
all.
totally. No, totally. Yeah. Boy, having fewer Estises and not having you sure is being a challenge for me. Here we're seeing what I'm made of, and it's donuts. I'm made of soft, squishy, delicious donuts.
I mean, this boss is particularly challenging because there's just so much happening all the time.
Yeah, it's true. That's a lot of dark or deep or whatever.
That's something. Spear was the right choice. Or halberd, I should say. Yeah, these arrows are... I never effectively figured out, like...
You run,
Quote,
and then
unquote,
you have to
that's
juke to
right.
the side at some point in the process, but the
Yeah.
timing is tricky.
But also, you have to find your way back, and then, like,
Right.
you've lost all your stamina, so you can't really capitalize.
Right. It's bad. It's a bad scene.
Oof. Oh, wow. What? Where did that even come from? Got hit by magic
I got
floating in
hit
the air.
so hard. Yeah, that floaty magic has gotten me a couple of times.
It's a floating magic.
Okay, that's the floaty magic. It's going for Anri. some good licks in. Here come the deep pretzels. Let's not get cocky now. Good job, kid. Don't get cocky.
Oh.
Oop, oh, no. So much floating magic. Okay. No, that the fire and the hurting me, and I need to get away and heal my face.
Heal the face.
We're close.
Oh,
I don't know how you're doing.
Wow. Terribly.
Oh, I want this to end.
I got you greedy.
Oh, I got greedy and it paid off. Greed
Nice.
reinforced. Ironic for this fight. Aldrich the glutton.
Oh, you did some good damage there.
So this raises so many questions, because if you can go to Anri's playthrough, then who's the Anri you're seeing in yours? Because like she's not a phantom. She's there.
I had actually never thought of that.
I mean, I guess like it goes with the theme that like time is becoming even more convoluted by this point in the collapse of reality.
Yeah, it does make you wonder.
How you doing?
I am maybe winning.
Are you winning, son?
Magic things. All right. Now where ye be?
Welcome, host. Very well then taken.
Ow, 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 ow. Ow, ow. Ow. Let's see. Almost halfway there. It's another one of those bosses where I'm not always sure what the benefit is of locking on. Good lord.
Locking on is
Good
weird
lord,
because there's just so much of Aldrich that like
Yes.
yeah.
Oh. Let's see. Also, now there's just fire everywhere around her body. His body, her. Whoa, 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 whoa! Could have gone quite poorly. Oh, at the arrows.
Where does Anri show up after this? Do we remember?
No. I have to look it up. Oh, jeez. Jeez Louise. Oh, life on sight. Wow, he really gets back health, too. That's just rude.
Mhm. Oh boy.
Here come the arrows again. Don't know really what to do about that.
How'd your turnip exchange go? Lauren had a successful morning in Animal Crossing.
Yes.
So turnip exchange, I didn't explain this. I explained what turnips are. It's the stock market in the game, the Stowlk market. But there's a third-party tool that was created to help you find the best turnip prices, called Turnip Exchange. And
Really?
it's yeah, because like the prices fluctuate a lot. So the idea is to get you to play with friends and whatever. But of course, someone you don't know has an even better price. So there's someone made a third-party tool to connect people, and now it gets used for a bunch of other stuff too, like trading rare flowers, or if NPCs are visiting the island or whatever.
Did it.
Yeah.
Lord of Cinder Fallen.
Oh, can't parry that. Also, it has weird timing. Oh, Jesus. I fell for the same thing twice in a row.
Ember restored.
Oh, I just died, so how about I come to your world?
Sure. Keep living that phantom life.
Do we have a bunch of stuff before we fight Aldrich for real? I forget how twisty this part is.
Not much.
All right, so we may be able
This
to
is
finish
more
that
of
today.
I would say, yeah, this is more of an exploring area.
All right, my sign is down.
So I guess Anri is hostile.
Huh.
He leaves his sword. He or she leaves his sword as a gift for you with Ludlith, and then she is found in the smoldering lake where you found Horus.
Oh, that's tragic. I remember there being more to it. I must have been conflating this with the marriage plot.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, now I'm extra sorry. Neither of us pursued weird Londor marriage. It's all right. There's plenty else to see.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, like if there's not really any way to backtrack it.
I mean, other than starting over, yeah.
Alrighty.
So that's something worth talking about in these games. How easy it is to fuck up the routing. Like there are big things you can just completely miss. And like this has the kind of okay.
Oh,
Later, bro. These games have the kind of New Game Plus that I really appreciate, where it is kind of like a glass cannon playthrough. It's very fast, like everything's very powerful, but so are you. You know.
Yeah.
So I don't mind too much going through multiple times and trying the different stuff. But as a first-time player or someone who struggles with these games and is really only going to play through once, it is a little bit intense how easy it is to hard miss large portions of story, especially in regards to specific NPCs.
Yeah, I would agree. Though definitely more forgiving than I think you told me Dark Souls 2. Am I mistaken about that? I thought you had said there were instances where like just not even like talking to a character or like not buying something from them just negates their entire through line.
I can't remember if it's less harsh than I remembered or if they cleaned it up a little in Scholar. But yeah, it's worse than this, but it's not terrible. I mean, Bloodborne might be the most brutal. I feel like Bloodborne maybe has this is a thing that is probably objectively measurable, so I shouldn't just say it, but I think Bloodborne has the most inter-scene drama with your NPC collection. Because there's usually the one guy who'll kill everyone if you let him, but Bloodborne has like the most people who like don't get along and like.
Real quick, I just never noticed this. Come back. There was a message here. Look up right up here.
Could this be a monster? What the? Wow. Hello.
I never noticed it was just waiting there for you.
Greetings, friend. That's great. That's really great. Yeah, and Bloodborne to me, I don't know. I think of the routing in Bloodborne as the most harsh because you have like you have to get those 3 umbilical cords, and not a single one of them is all that intuitive. Like if you want if you want to see the true ending.
Am I crazy? I feel like one of the umbilical cords, or was it a different item where you have to gesture at the enemy for what is it, like 90 seconds?
That's to get one of the blood rocks, I think, or one of the chalice materials. But yeah, that's a thing. You have to do the make contact gesture. Yeah, which makes total sense in lore. But oh boy, oh boy does the game let you think you're doing it wrong, even if you're doing it right.
Yep. I think even when you told me what to do, I was like, is this working? This seems longer
No,
than...
wait for your character to change which arm is held up twice, and then it'll succeed. Maybe it's a rune? Yeah, I can't remember what it is now. Where you at?
I am right here. I'm just thinking about... I think I need to go up the other way for a couple of items, then we're ready.
Okay.
It might behoove us to go deal with these guys shooting fire at us first.
I mean, yeah.
Ugh, I'm getting beat up by the fire.
I'm a-coming. Is there just an empty chest in this room? I forgot about that. That's a weird feint.
I feel like that happens in different instances of these games. Could be wrong.
Yeah, 2, of course, has that thing we've been experiencing lately where, you know, there are mimics, but there's also, if you hit the chest to check and you hit it too much, then whatever's inside becomes garbage.
You don't have a fire weapon. I don't know that you necessarily want to waste your time.
Yeah, fair enough. You could slightly use a heal. I could really use one if you happen to... Whoa, let's deal with this first.
More fire, boys.
What? Who? What? Who? Which one was still around?
Fire with fire.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh boy. Ow.
Look out. Oh, I didn't heed my own advice.
And it was for a proof of Concord kept.
Feh.
Debating if it's worth trying to take on Aldrich at this point. How many heals do you have?
2.
Oof.
Unless you're tremendously worried about your blob, there's no point in not trying, I guess. Ooh, wait, how did a blob get me on the head? Was he on the ceiling?
For some reason I thought there was someone who helps you with Aldrich, but maybe not. Maybe you just do it with Anri. Let me think. I mean, we have the shortcut. Yeah, fresh one might be good.
Eh?
So I can spend these because then I could have great heal, which would be handy.
Well, that sounds great. Like, actually,
Well,
like, that's what it's
lovely.
called.
Please, kill yourself.
Okay. Dun 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 dun.
I always think of that melody when I listen to Japanese Cowboy.
Yeah, why is Japanese Cowboy Chariots of Fire? Is that a joke that I just don't get? I don't even know.
Like
I love it though.
Japanese Cowboy. Brother on skates.
I was thinking about breakfast at Shoney's for $2.99. Saved me some money and eased up my mind. Shoney's is very real.
We never left Shoney's.
All right, am I dropping my son?
Yes, but I'm just seeing if I can maybe, if I got another chunk or not. Upgrade this thing just a little bit. Nope, still one chunk. I'm a one chunk guy.
One chunk man in the morning, same in the afternoon.
I'm trying to remember. Can I buy a chunk somewhere yet, or not so
I don't
much?
think yet, unless the Easterners' ashes let you.
Nah. Oh, but I do have this coal.
Which coal? Where do you get the coal?
It's within the room with the giant.
Oh, that's right.
You want to rush it while you're waiting for me? I don't know.
Yeah, I might do that.
I think that's the last one, unless I'm mistaken.
What? Just my timing. It was bad. And that's the way I died. Yeah, that's what happened. That's the way it went down, man.
That's the way it went down, man. It's funny, I feel like I'm in equality, but everything I have is still scaling better with just sharp.
I mean, sharp is just good. Sharp is like arguably a little overpowered, right?
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I just forgotten that. Alright, I am coming back.
I am still rushing the coal. Got that coal. What? What? I missed 3 parries in a row. I am bad at souls.
Why would you do that?
To prove a point about how bad I am.
Alright, and I'm here whenever you're ready.
My sign is how you say down.
It's kind of fun. I get a little taste of your dual wielding world.
It's a good life. I mean, you're getting that life in Dark Souls 2. Because power stance is kind of a unique aspect of that one.
Mm-hmm. What? In this game, I just meant because of the twin spears.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
I think I might mess with them. They're kind of cool. I don't think I ever used them.
If you make the Pontiff's scythe sharp, does that remove the frostbite effect?
I believe so.
It does.
Oh wait,
Because frost isn't an element. It's
inherent.
like
Inherent, yeah, so it should be fine. Oh,
like a
kinda cool.
blizzard in Georgia. Or a train running late.
They're a little underpowered though.
Ooh, oh. Boy, I'm just playing at a very, very high level today. I'll drop my sign again as soon as I can. It's me, the guy who's bad at video games.
It's a me. Oops. The wrong thing equipped.
Sign's down.
Alright, I just have to not die here.
That's always the rub.
There's always like a catch. Oh god, I tried. Oh, wait, I did summon you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a-coming.
Downside is losing all of my healing stuff to this jerk.
Mm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, and I didn't even... Oh, shoot. I'm dead.
Oh, that went bad.
You get to see it right as you appear.
This is what the internet likes. Dramatic irony.
I was going to say suffering.
I don't know what the hell the internet likes. If I knew what the internet liked, my life would be fundamentally different.
Cats and suffering, I think.
I guess. Not ideally not at the same time, though.
Oh, shoot. Why did I have a Ring of Sacrifice equipped?
It's kind of a waste.
All right.
Well, I dropped my sign again.
Yeah.
It's dropped.
I have a lot of embers. You probably do too, then, I think about it.
I probably have been using more than you have, but... Got enough. And I can buy more at this point, so... Ain't no thing.
Schwiggity schwank.
That's a me.
Darn, I cannot get the timing for this. I'm so used to using small shields.
Mm.
There we go.
I hear squishy sounds.
Oh.
Ooh, that's not what I want to see.
You hate to see it, folks. Okay. Let's make some magic. Because you used a magic buff, you see.
Yes, I follow.
God, that poise. Alright, I'm gonna use a heal. Let's see how this one does. Ooh, Great Heal is quite great. Alright. Is there an item over there I missed? Oh,
That was the empty chest. Oh, maybe you. I just couldn't see
You
what
are-
was in it. Right.
It's an Estus shard.
Oh, that's kind of important. Oh,
For the love of Pete. Alrighty. Here we go.
you gonna heal again, or because you're not quite topped off?
I guess I may as well.
Do you only have great heal now?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
well,
I
you're
can
not.
use it.
You're not gonna get to use it in the fight, probably. So
I mean, maybe.
maybe.
Here we go. I kind of like the touch of, like, buffing the scythe before the fight starts.
Yeah. Well, and also the fact that there's no cutscene. You just walk in on this horrible scene.
Yep. Ooh. You know what? Come here. Oh, never mind.
Oh, it's fine.
Oh, you got the little top off there.
Ooh, I got Kami Kamehameha.
Oh, here come the arrows. I like how you phrase it. There's just so much of Aldrich going on.
Yep.
Wow, it's going pretty well.
Yeah, that went great. That particular volley.
All right, here we go. Whoever it's not going for should probably attack.
Ooh, that's going for me.
Yeah.
Live your best life. I'll do all the things I would have done.
Be better than me.
Dance with no shoes on. Like no one's watching.
All right. So far, so good.
Yeah, not terrible. Ooh.
Let's not get cocky here.
Nah, I say let's get cocky. Let's try it out. All right, here the arrow's going for. Is that me?
Yep.
Yeah, do your thing.
I'm a trying. All right, I think we might have this in the bag. Yes.
Time to get cocky.
Symbol of avarice
Yeah.
for extra souls.
Very nice. I feel like that's well past a symbol of avarice. Like the avarice is quite literal.
It's just avarice.
Manifestation of avarice.
I always like the messages that are like, "I did it."
Yeah, those are delightful. Mine ember is restored.
Ugh, my Nimba.
We gonna try in my world, or are we calling it there?
No, let's do it in yours, and then we can call after that.
Okay, cool. Let me just spend
Will have
some.
been a lengthy and fun session.
Twert was. It's funny, we had as many side topics this time, but it was mostly about other video games.
Yeah.
Very well, then Hagen.
Is there a way to close out the Last of Us topic? Because like I feel like I think we made it sufficiently clear that we're not aligning ourselves with the people who are making bad faith criticisms. Like, I just find it interesting how hard you bounced off of it and why. Like, I find that genuinely fun to talk about, you know?
And on top of which, I would say I don't even feel like I'm necessarily shitting on the creators. I just think that they just missed the mark, especially like as far as I'm concerned. You know, like, I think they made a really polished game. I think kind of what you've said in the past, and I think in one of your articles, like it has some really nice moments, but as a whole, it just doesn't come together for me. And I should watch too, just to see what they maybe attempted.
I know.
Obviously, maybe I haven't said this, but my bias is like kind of against the idea of like cinematic gaming, like Capital's trademark. I like it when games, you know, are telling an interesting story, but that sort of mode of, you know, trying to like kind of like Kojima. I should be totally transparent. I haven't been able to finish any Metal Gear Solid games after 2.
Kojima's an interesting case because there are so many cinematic affectations, but they're also so gamey. You know what I mean? Like his games are very, very gamey,
Yes.
and you might like the more recent ones because they are gamey in the sense of being very systemic. Metal Gear Solid 5, Death Stranding. They're very gamey games.
Yeah.
You were saying that.
I mean, just so that I have a little bit of that working against me because, yeah, it starts to feel less like a game, which, you know, depending on what you do with that could be interesting and not necessarily a problem. But yeah, the big part of it is the heart of the game, which is its story, right? That's what
right. This is why I think this conversation is worth having, right? Because like so often the conversation stops at like, well, the game's story. It sure does have one. Like people talk as though just the sheer amount of money they spend and the sheer amount of craft, you know, it's not that isn't remarkable in and of itself. It is. It's just that it's like that isn't what makes art good. You know what I mean? Like at least not on its own. So it's like if we're gonna say these games tell complex stories, then at a certain point we have to get into what those stories are about and what happens in them. And like that inevitably is gonna work better for some people than others. That's just how stories work. You know?
Right. Yeah, I should watch a playthrough of The Last of Us 2. I don't think I'm gonna play it.
I know Francis, Michelle, really loved it. Said it.
How do you feel about Uncharted?
She loves Uncharted. Uncharted is like her. Uncharted is her. Oh, how did I feel about Uncharted? I have not played all of them. Never totally been my jam. Is this not a cool thing to admit in public? I like.
Well, so I was gonna ask because that is one of the disparate opinions that we have.
I played them at a time when that railroady gameplay style. That's an unkind way to describe it, but like that very linear choreographed gameplay style was something I was kind of dead set against. I now think of it more as just like a thing games can do that I'm glad not all games do, you know?
Yeah.
So I might like them more now, but that approach of like a really, really, you know, tight encounter design and like it can only play out one way is just like not that interesting to me. I think just because I've played too many games where it's done less well, you know what I mean? I really, really hate, is that too strong a word? I think it isn't. Like
say hate is a strong word, so
yeah. There's Nathan Rabin again writing about Monster-in-Law, that movie that just kind of like shits all over like Jane Fonda's legacy. He's like, look, my parents taught me that hate is a really powerful word and you should only use it for things that like really, really matter to you. So I should mention I fucking hate Monster-in-Law. But anyway,
what is it?
Monster-in-Law. It was like a terrible comedy. There was. Yeah, I'll link the article to you, but I never actually saw it. I just enjoyed his writing about it. Just the strongly dislike versus hate thing made me think of it. But it's like I really don't enjoy those incredibly scripted set pieces where like I have no problem with a cutscene. I'm maybe even more tolerant of QTEs than other people, but the idea that you're moving your character and in theory you have all your verbs, but really there is one very specific way you need to act it out. is just really fucking tedious to me. You know, it's just not my jam in most games. Like, it can be done well, but it's really hard to do well. And it feels like when you fail at it, it's just like you feel like all you failed at was reading the developer's mind, and it's just not interesting, you know?
Yeah. Oh. All right.
So yeah, so all of that to say, the Uncharted games have never been my very favorite, but that might be a problem with me more than the games.
Do you want to just rush the boss? There's one more item I think up there, but
What was it? It wasn't anything exciting. Ooh, I'm getting hit.
Which is a, what do you call it? Covenant item.
Oh, that's fine. Whatever.
Whichever. How committed are you to magic? Just as a buff? I can't remember.
I'm just using it as like I have the bare minimum for this buff. That's as far as I've gone so far. I forget what other buffs there are in this game.
It's not going to be as helpful to be like right next to you for this.
Might give myself a little fresh one here.
It's a little something.
A little something, something. So yeah, so I don't actually think the highly choreographed spectacle thing is like an invalid thing for games to do. I
should say I don't think so either. I tend to not.
I tend to engage with the story less in that context, right? And again, this might be more of a personal thing, but it's like I engage with the narrative more when it's like using.
Wow, we're doing.
Yeah, we're doing great. When it's like.
Ooh, nope, not arrows.
When it's being told in a way that encourages me to engage with the specifics of the medium. You know what I mean? So like. Yeah. A movie with a really firm grasp on cinematic language, it to me is more the equivalent of a game with that's like, you know, gamically telling me about its story than just a game with some kind of. And the other thing is like games that look like movies, to a point you were making earlier, tend actually not to have that much of an interest in cinematic language per se. You know, like the earlier examples of I can announce right now.
Not really. They'll imitate the aesthetic, but not really like carry it through.
Right. Well, it's like that, you know, that famous snarky quote about Roger Ebert quote about Battlefield Earth. Like, it's one thing to know that you tilt the camera sometimes. It's quite another thing to know why. Right.
Right.
And it's like I can now announce the next guests on the show are going to be Laura Mache and Brendan Chung. And you might know Brendan Chung from games like 30 Flights of Loving, which is a game that does not look like a movie or attempt to in a way that in the way we're talking about, the like AAA way, but uses cinematic. Like it was one of the first indie games I played that uses a jump cut, right? Like,
yeah, I remember that was jarring.
It's really, really cool. But yeah, no, like all that to say, like it's not that games can't be rigidly linear. It's not that they can't be nice, railroady. It's not that like I'm trying to search for words that have, you know, fewer negative associations even, because I really do think it's a valid thing to do. It's just if you're trying to tell an engaging story, I find it really alienating because I feel like I'm an actor playing a part. I find it impossible. It's the same thing as like VR, honestly, right? Like. The idea of VR is you fall into it and you lose yourself in the world. But for me, I just can't forget I have a screen strapped to my face. And like that feeling of alienation can actually be really compelling, but it's exactly the opposite of getting sucked in, you know?
Yeah, I could agree with that. Yeah. I've tried VR and it is fun, but yeah, as to what your point, like whether or not it's engaging in that way.
It's engaging in exactly the opposite way that it promises to be. You know what I mean? Like it's like it promises to like make you forget, like completely disappear into the immersive goo tank or whatever. And that's like that is exactly what it doesn't do. You know what I mean? Yeah. In the same way, the idea is like, well, no, this makes the story inevitable. It's like you are Joel. It's like, well, no, like it's exactly the opposite. This is interesting because I feel like I'm being asked to perform as Joel at the local repertory theater. And like that is a really interesting experience, but I feel like sometimes, man, I am really all phlegmy today. Sometimes those games don't have a handle on what's actually interesting about their premise. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I would agree.
So like I feel like, you know, for me, when I'm picturing what I've heard The Last of Us 2 described as, like I almost want it to be like Rosencrantz and Guildenstern are dead, like foregrounding the theatrical we're all playing a part aspect of it, but I don't think that's what it's going to do at all, right? I think it's going to be like very gritty. You're supposed to feel like you're there, and the visceral, and yeah, you know, and like when a game doesn't engage me as a game, like that sounds so dickish to say, but like that's when I have a hard time falling into that. And again, that's a problem with me, not the game, I think, but it's where my friction has been with some Naughty Dog games in the past.
Yeah. No, I would agree with that point. Yeah, I tend to gravitate more towards those kinds of games these days, which is why it's kind of harder to just pick up any game. I don't know if that kind of makes sense. All right.
Well,
Good morning.
Good morning.
That is my middle child. So I guess this is a good time as any to wrap it.
I think this was a good sesh. Don't want to see my work squandered. Yeah. Well, thank you for hanging out, everybody. It's been a good time as always. I guess we will. Yeah, I mean, I did rather organically the announcement for the next guest. It's going to be Laura Mache and Brendan Chung. That'll be up on Tuesday. Do enjoy. Thank you for hanging out. What's Grayson saying?
He was asking if there's an invisible guy on my team.
What is the answer to that question?
Oh, I don't know. I'm almost done though. If you're done with your routine, I think you still got to get breakfast. The inner workings of my mornings.
Your household is a well-oiled
right.
machine. Well, it's a machine anyway. It's pretty well-oiled. All right. Well, thanks for hanging out, everybody. Dude, always a pleasure. And
always a pleasure.
Don't be away too long, Ashen Ones.